I need it for notes. What? I need it for notes. Actually, I don't really have much, actually, so. I don't really have any notes anyway, so.
The home team or the away team? Do you know?
I have no idea. What was Rogersville's home or away last year?
So we were home. So maybe
I think we're home for the same background. No idea.
yeah, I don't know. Cheers,
Anyway,
May.
yeah. Hello everyone and welcome to Logan Rogersville High School. I'm Aiden Hopkins alongside my partner Eli Dean. Nixa Eagles take on the William Chrisman Bears. Wyatt Vincent up the bat first. First pitch goes. He's going to swing it to be strike 1, 0-1 count. Eli, great game on our hands. What is there to look for going on this game?
Well, I'd just say getting batters on base right away is going to be key. The wind is blowing. It's really blowing after that storms from last night. We saw a lot of storms. But just the big thing is just to keep batters contained. Keep the ball in the ballpark, and everything's going to go all right.
That second pitch was a ball. That one was fouled back, so it'll be 1-2 count now. Wyatt Vincent, Missouri State commit, leading off for this Nixa lineup. Trey Cates on the mound for the Bears.
Behind home plate at first base, Joseph Cole, Alex Smith.
The pitch.
Here comes the 1-2.
To be outside, 2-2 count.
The count evens, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Vincent Chavez is at short. Joseph Dillard at third. Left to right in the outfield, Henderson, Graham,
Next pitch.
and Goldner.
And he's going to get hot swinging and strike 3. Wyatt Vincent strikes out. That's out number 1 for William Chrisman.
Batter of this game is Jake Cates.
Up to bat, Rylan Michelle, the left fielder. Junior. Two-sport athlete. Great football player. See if we get Nixa something going early. First pitch. That's swung on. Hit. That's a drop left field. Rylan Michelle turning first base. He's at second. Left fielder just now picking it up. Throws it in, and Rylan Michelle's going to get off a first pitch swinging double.
Double.
Yeah, one thing about this park, they just now finished building it yesterday as kind of some sprinkles start falling down here in Logan Rogersville. But the big thing is, in the outfield, the gate is clear. So if a ball is hit fire in the air, you might not realize it's a home run right away. So keeping these runners to running, Michelle does a good job there, just pumping the brakes, keeping it going, and then stopping at second base to get that self a double.
As you said, rain's starting to come down, and in walks Caden Cloud, the really, really bright future sophomore, shortstop.
Miles, who's going to be the home team? The two coaches looked at one another, and the Nixa coach said to Miles, "Oh, you guys were the away team in the first game. Why don't you be the home team in the second game?" So that's the scientific
Trey Cates looks it on Caden Cloud. One out, one on. Rylan Michelle at second. Caden Cloud up the bat. First pitch. Inside strike 1. 0-1 count.
Runner on at second base. That's Michelle, just underway in game 2 today for the Bears. The Bears were polished off in game 1 by the home team, Wildcats, 11-1. That game went just 5 innings.
Cates gets set.
Look at second base.
He pitches. It's a me low strike 2. 2 pitches, 0 swings, 2 strikes. 0-2 count. Rylan Michelle on second. Jack Edwards on deck.
Cates glances in at his catcher, Cooper Hudson. He was the starting pitcher in the first
pitch.
inning.
High. 1-2 count.
2-2. Yeah, then 1-2. There's no scoreboard here as of yet. We appreciate the umpires giving us the count. They did a great job of that in the first game. Umbrellas out.
Rylan Michelle on second. 1-2 count. Caden Cloud up the bat. Trey Cates trying to get his first strikeout. Caden Cloud swings, gets to first base, butts from the advance. Rylan Michelle to third base. 2 outs. Jack Edwards coming up the bat.
Yeah, one of those big things, you get a ground ball to first base, and while that doesn't seem like a great play, you can at least advance the runner into 90 feet away from the plate. Early in the first inning, this pitcher seems like he has a lot of control, so you're probably not going to be able to get as many hits off of him here. A lot of it's going to stay in the infield, so being able to advance that runner there here in the first inning is very important.
Jack Edwards, the hard-hitting catcher, comes up to the plate.
Catcher is Jake Edwards. From the stretch.
That pitch swung on, fouled back, 0-1 count. Rylan Michelle looked eager to get out of there, but he's going to have to walk back.
Yeah, and we don't have a plexiglass here in front of us, so if something comes and hits the camera or hits even us, I don't know what we're going to do.
Speaking of the camera, we're going to get that on later. We left the core back at the high school, so Burns have to run and get that one. Try to get that up as quick as we can.
Michelle swung and hit the first
pitch.
one, wound up with a double.
Swung on, fouled back.
So Cates.
It's the 0-2 count.
Count 0-2 to Jake Edwards. Tanner Grant, the next hitter.
Rylan Michelle on third. Jack Edwards trying to bring him home. Jack Edwards Second in RBIs last season behind the hard-hitting Jarrett Nelson. He graduated having a great season at Metropolitan.
Have a runner at third base.
Next pitch swung on. Grounded.
Third.
Slow grounder. Jackson Edwards tries to go. It's thrown away. Ryan Michelle for the score. And on an error. Jack Edwards gets the error. Ryan Michelle scores 1-0 Nixa Eagles. Up to bat, Tanner Grant, the first baseman.
That will be an error. Scoring was
and in comes Josiah Jenkins to pinch run for Big Jack Edwards.
Are down 1-0. Edwards.
Curious why they're doing that in the first inning here?
They do it every time Jack Edwards gets on base. He's as you could tell from that run, he's not the fastest person in the world. So.
Cates looks in for a sign from Cooper Hudson.
Trey Cates gets set, look back at first. The pitch. Grant thinks about it, holds back, 1-0 count, ball low.
Grant steps out of the batter's box and right back in.
Josiah Jenkins with a small lead on first. He keeps getting checked on. Next pitch. That's right down the middle, 1-1 count now.
Down the middle at the knees, 1-1.
1-1 count, 2 out, runner on first, Josiah Jenkins, 1-0 lead.
E-O-F-F. Gehrig off. Gates fires to
So
first.
Josiah Jenkins gets back quickly as they try to pick him off, but he gets back in time.
Today, long day for the Bears as they lift William Chrisman this morning.
That ball,
strike.
corner, 1-2 count. That was a really, really nice pitch. Beautiful. Right out of the corner. Just how you want it. And that's just a good piece of pitching right there.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to put the ball where the hitter can't hit it, but still in that strike zone. He was able to do that right there.
Runner on, 1-2 count. 1-0 Nixa lead. Tanner Grant. Outside 2-2.
Trey Cates. Jake Cates has lost his eligibility as he is not only graduated from high school, he graduated from college, and he is an assistant coach with the Bears baseball team.
Trey Cates
Very good coach
with the pitch,
for the basketball
high,
team.
3-2 count,
Outside,
money
out
ball.
goes full.
Up to bat, up next to bat is Gary Goff. He's in right field. Normally a catcher or a DH, but he's in a
moving with this delivery.
3-2, runners in the go.
Nods.
There goes Jenkins, swung on, fouled, and we're going to do that one more time.
Once again. Clouds starting to move in, getting a little cooler here in Springfield or Logan Rogersville, just a little bit outside of Springfield. Bears are actually staying in.
Swing up the middle.
Not Silver Dollar City, but down that way.
Josiah Jenkins thinks about going, but he's going to stay at second. We're going to have 2 on with Gary Goff coming up the bat.
2 hits in the inning.
Josiah Jenkins at second.
Nixa.
Tanner Grant at first. Gary Goff at home plate, trying to bring them both home.
And one of those big things, again, that was just a ground ball right down the middle. The second baseman and the shortstop weren't able to get there. You tried to meet in the middle, but unfortunately it speaks by. One of the things, like I was saying earlier, it's going to be a ground ball heavy day, but the wind will play a factor here. It's kind of calmed down a little bit here in the past 10 minutes or so, but it's definitely been picking up in and out, and we'll see what kind of happens as a result of that today.
Go to the second, bottom of the first, down by just 1. The pitch is inside to off.
Inside pitch, 1-0 count.
Mason Eagleberger, the on-deck hitter. Bears occupying the first
1-0 count, Goff at the plate, trying to bring home Jenkins and Grant. The pitch, swung on, lifted, foul ball. 1-1 now.
Off takes practice swing.
One thing about this field that's a little bit different because it's brand new, it's actually, there's been turf installed on the field. It's a fully turf field, there's no dirt. And I think that's a really important thing as you consider the rest of this game, how pitchers are going to be able to pitch.
Next one swung on.
Next one swung on, 0-2 count, 1-2 count, sorry, my apologies.
And one of the things, as I was mentioning, is the fact that your center fielders, the players are going to be able to run more. If it had been pouring rain and this was dirt, this would be a very sloppy kind of game, I feel like. But because it's on turf, it's been able to kind of, I feel like, saturate it, make it all kind of work out, and I think it's going to be a good game.
Inside 2-2 count.
Cooper Hudson, who is catching in this game.
2-2 count.
The
Trey
starting
Cates.
pitcher for the Bears.
0
The
strikeouts.
first game got very frustrated. He retired the first 2.
2
in the
on once
third
again.
inning,
Gary Goff.
and then gave up 7 runs.
Swings,
Swung
fouls
on
back,
and
caught by the catcher, and that's going to be out number 3.
2 strikeouts.
Nixa escapes
in
the home side
and for the Nixa
of the first inning.
team, the Nixa
The wayside of the first inning, my apologies, with 1 run.
on 2 hits.
1-0 is the score going in the bottom of the first. We're going to step aside real quick. We'll be right back. And so much for stepping away. Everyone's going to step away. We're going to get a rain delay called. Everyone's going to get called in the dugout, and team's clearing the field, and we're going to take a break real quick. We're going to step aside, wait for this game to start. We'll update you as we learn more. Right back. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Logan Rogers High School. Aiden Hopkins alongside Eli Dean. Come back to you from that rain delay. They're warming up right now. Just wanted to update you guys. I told you to update you. They're warming up right now. I'll probably say give it 5-10 minutes, and we'll be back playing baseball again. 1-0 Nixa lead. Heading to the bottom first. We'll be back.
Bottom
And we are back for the rain delay as the first pitch is given by Ethan Taylor. Nix's ace is going to be outside, 1-0 count. Antonio Graham up to bat now. Second pitch, inside, 1-1 count. Something to look for is this Ethan Taylor speed pitch. We've seen it all the time. We saw it the first game of the season. Right when he gets set, he's going. And that third pitch is swung on and lifted over the second baseman. It's going to be off the wall. And it's going to be thrown in. And it's going to be a leadoff double for William Chrisman.
Very similar to the play in the first inning when we saw that for the Nixa batter was able to get the ball down the line in the left field. This time it was a little bit on the right center field spot. It was able to get through the center fielder and the right fielder, just be able to put it in there. It looked like the right fielder kind of lost track of the ball. It was kind of just a weird spot there, but he was able to get it back and retrieve it before he was able to get any further damage.
That ball's bunted, popped back, but Jack Edwards can't get there. To be 0-1 count, runner on second, 0 outs. Ethan Taylor, as I mentioned, our ace, 2-0 on the season. 1.87 ERA, absolute dog. 176.2.
Glad to have you along. Hey, hope you enjoyed the interviews during that
runner on second.
delay. Alex Smith looks out at the pitcher.
Alex Smith up to bat.
Smith squares around as if
and bunt. Tanner Grant was running in. It's a 0-2 count. Both on failed bunt attempts. Runner on second.
Yeah, now he's got to actually swing the bat. You can see the fielders kind of back up a little bit, try to adjust the situation, but obviously with 2 strikes, you don't want to get yourself a strikeout with a bunt. So he's looking to swing here.
They're kind of an off-white.
0-2 count. Runner on second. Healthy lead at second. Taylor looks back with the pitch, and it's going to hit him and put runners on first and second.
Pitch was Alex Smith. Bears now with the runners on at first and second.
Antonio Graham at second. Alex Smith at first, and then walks the pitcher, Trey Cates. Really weird to see a pitcher hitting in the 3 slot, but whatever works.
Base hit, and now he has hit a batter.
First pitch, low, outside, strike 1, 0-1 count.
Yeah, and the catcher who's currently with Richmond here, he was the pitcher in the last game. Now he gave up 7 runs total, so he's looking to pitch a little bit of a better game behind the backstop as opposed to on the mound.
His time with 2 on. The delivery
inside pitch, 1-1.
You're really seeing the wind pick up here. The wind's obviously, you can hear it in our voices because of the fact there's no plexiglass, so the wind's pulling in us. But that's going to be a big factor here, as you can kind of see the sleeves of the umpire, the catcher, and the hitter kind of all move and shake at the same time.
1-1 count, runner on first and second. Ethan Taylor with the pitch. Swung on up the middle. Runners rounding third. That's Antonio Graham. Antonio Graham coming in, no throw. And that's going to be an RBI for Trey Cates. Runners on first and second. We got a tie ball game, 1-1.
Is Trey Cates, and on its second, Alex Smith, and the Bears.
Again, we don't have any cameras at this exact moment. That play almost hit our pitcher here in the foot. He was able to get out of the way, but you know, whether or not that saves the run, I'm not totally sure, but it right off the mound, right in the middle,
yeah,
right where you want it.
When I said right down the middle, I meant right down the middle. That was perfect. Perfect timing. Runner on first and second, 1-1 is a score. 0-0 count. First pitch outside, 1-0 count. Alex Smith at second, Trey Cates at first.
Theo Henderson is the on-deck hitter.
Trey Cates gave up a run in the first inning. Go, here, I'll give it back for you. I'll get a little RBI there. Foul back.
Foul and well out
1-1 count.
Up near the light standards. Theo Henderson down 0-2 in the count.
1-1. Ethan Taylor at the mound, 0 outs. Cooper Hudson up the bat.
Slowly, Ethan Taylor.
Outside, 2-1.
It's game number 2 for the
Ethan
Bears.
Taylor starting off rough, but he seems smooth it out. He's a really good pitcher. 2-0 on the season, like I said. The pitch swung on. Diving is Caden Cloud, but it's going to get past, going to home. Caden Cloud throws it to Jack Edwards, and it's not going to be in time. 2-1, William Chrisman. 2-1, William Chrisman leads off that. Caden Cloud almost got it there.
base
But
side.
just
Good
couldn't
job
do
by
it.
the
He
catcher
dove.
Edwards to keep it from going back to the
Cloud dove for the
screen.
ball, fell out of his
But
glove,
he
went to the
was not
outfield, he
able to
chased it down,
tag
tried to throw it
Smith,
out, but
and
missed it by a
that's
couple
the second
feet.
hit in
Yeah,
this
one of those big
game
things. You're
for
trying to keep the ball in
William.
front of him. In that situation, he was unable to get it in front of him. It, in fact, went past him off his glove.
One lead.
That'll be a big thing as we
over
focus on here with the
the
outfield playing
Wildcats.
deep because of the wind. They're not going to be able to get to the ball as close, so the infielders are going to have to really pay attention here.
Batter puts down bunt,
Squaring around the
strike
bunt
one.
and taking a
Jack
pitch
Edwards
that's
tries to
called strike
thinks about throwing it to second base, but
Leo Henderson.
decides not to. Leo Henderson up the bat, Trey Cates at second base, Cooper Hudson at first.
So the Bears actually 3 hits in this inning, 2 runs on 3 hits. Taylor to Henderson.
Shows
Clears
bunt,
around,
he gets it
lays
down.
the bunt down,
Ethan Taylor
and
takes it
good
himself,
job by the
throws it to
pitcher.
first base, needs to get the out.
Got him.
Runners at second and third,
Moves
one
the
out.
runners to third and second base.
Up to bat
They
comes
are out
Jackson
there
Dillard.
with
Yeah, that was a
one
really
out.
nice bunt there. He was able to advance the runner mostly like we were talking about in the last game whenever there was a bunt. You're looking to focus on right in the middle between the dirt and the field. Obviously, without there not being any dirt, it's a big thing there. But that's going to be a big thing later as they're really aggressive with their bunts. It seems like that's kind of been a dead thing in the sport as the second baseman loses his hat and he has to run down to get the ball.
We will not have that one for
First
you on
pitch
recap.
was swung on and missed, but that pitch is hit and drops in the outfield. Garrett Goff with the ball. Third baseman rounds, but won't go. It's be a 3-1 ball game. William Chrisman, 3 runs for first inning.
Base. Or actually, it was Cates that
Yeah, this
scored.
wind is going to be a factor. It's pulling in, it's pulling out, it's kind of moving around. There's not really like a way. You know, we're looking just up north. There's a lot of big storms like where the lightning was located earlier. We didn't get as much rain as we expected. It was very, very light rain. It was mostly just the lightning that was showcased earlier. But it's going to be a big thing later on in this game to see where the wind goes because the shortstop is worried. Oaf is playing really back, but just that idea of, you know, you're not going to be able to get to those balls down the middle of the field like that.
Pickoff attempt, and he may have got him. Oh my goodness, that was real close. Questionable call. He was called safe. What a beautiful throw by Ethan Taylor. Like I said, like I was going to say, that last hit was a blooper right between Reese Sternberger and Garrett Oaf in the right field and second base, but they both chasing it. Fell right between both of them. You can't do anything about that.
Yeah.
Runners on the corner, 1 out. 3-1 William Chrisman lead. Ethan Taylor with the pitch, swung on, lifted. Center field, that's Wyatt Vincent going under. He's in a tag, try to throw it in, but they're going to cut it off. Second base, it's going to be 4-1 now. 4-1, 2 out.
Yeah, one of the things that we talk about here, especially in kind of game of a rain delay, when as a pitcher you're getting your tempo, you're building it up, you're getting ready to go out there, the momentum, you've got your mindset, okay, I got a 1-0 lead, and then you have to sit for 40 minutes. And that can be a really big problem as we talk about high school pitchers especially getting able to get back into that tempo. He was kind of throwing some pitches earlier before the break, but he didn't throw as much as he would have beforehand, and I think that's going to be a big reason why our starting pitchers, both of our starting pitchers, don't last as long as they would have hoped.
Vincent Chavez up to the plate. He took that first pitch, 0-1 count. Second strike, 0-2 count now. Ethan Taylor's hat flies off, and umpire has to chase it down. This wind is brutal, blowing northeast right now.
His hat blown off of him was the pitcher.
And now there's time.
And we're going to time call by ump.
Picking up Chavez. Got tired of waiting and stepped out of the batter's box.
0-2.
He's on
Runner
the
on
back of
runner on
the
first.
batter's box. Right-handed hitter, right-handed pitcher.
That pitch on the corner.
Outside it goes.
Wanted to call, but doesn't get it. 1-2 count.
So ball and 2 strikes.
1-2. Runner on first. 4-1 William Chrisman lead. Check back at first, and it's going to be safe.
Time. Jackson Dillard. Coaching down the third baseline is the coach of the Bears, Miles Shelton.
Jackson Dillard at first base right now. Vincent Chavez at the plate. He swings, gets strike 3. And William Chrisman gets 4 runs in the first. Ethan Taylor walks off the field, giving up 4 runs. The most he's given up all season in 1 inning. I think most he's given up in 1 game. We're going to step aside when we wait to go to the top of the second. Due up. Eagleberger, Dernberger, and Mabe. We'll be right back. We're back. Mason Eagleberg come up to the plate. Trey Cates back on the mound. He has 1 strikeout so far in this game. His first time pitching about 45 minutes, and it wasn't because we had a long inning. It was because we had a 30-minute rain delay. So let's see how that affects him. First pitch right down the middle. Didn't affect him much. 0-1 count.
Yeah, he had really good control here in that first inning. Even though he gave up the run, a lot of that was due to the fact that the first baseman dropping the ball on that one play that would have been this 3rd out of the inning.
Second pitch, swung on 0-2 count.
And you can kind of tell that he's got the momentum to be able to kind of pull this Bears team through this game. It'll be really interesting to see kind of how he delivers the pitch here coming up.
Third pitch swung on. That's our 2nd strikeout of the game. Trey Cates, 2 strikeouts. 1 earned run so far. Up to bat, Reese Sternberger, 2nd baseman. He comes in. He's batting 375 right now. 375 on the season. First pitch, swung on, fouled back, 0-1 count now.
You're seeing a lot of aggression here from this Eagles offense so far. They got the strikeout on 3 consecutive swing and miss pitches there. And, you know, you had the foul ball there. He's been able to flamethrow it and pitch it well, and he's really, really focused and dialed in on the plate.
Pitch inside, 0-2 count. 6 straight strikes from Trey Cates. He ended last inning with a strikeout. Next pitch, check swing, and we're going to call it ball. 1-2 count, really close there.
Oh, he did.
He did call it out. That was really delayed.
Stood there.
Home plate waited for the first baseman to make a gesture. He didn't. He just sat there. First baseman goes, wait, he's out.
It didn't look like the first base umpire even realized what was going on there. It looked like it was one of those kind of weird situations where the catcher calls for the first baseman, and the first baseman, I mean, he's not looking at his phone, but he's definitely not paying attention to what's actually going on. And so it was a bit delayed there. And so, yeah, like you were saying, Reese just kind of stands there, and he's like, well, okay, whatever.
Broden Mabe comes in.
Top of the first inning.
He swung. It's 0-1 count. Next one, swung on, lifted. Right center field. That was a drop off the wall. Broden Mabe grounding first. Going to second. That's a second pitch double for Broden Mabe. And that's how you get a rally going.
As we were talking about earlier, those fields, the gates in the back besides deep center field, it's clear. You can see the construction. They just finished the stadium yesterday. You can see all the construction around it. But one of the big things is it's really hard to see if that ball's going over the fence or if it's right in front of the fence. And so for Cates there, he's really just focused on getting that ball over. But sometimes whenever you just got to run through it, you can't just say, oh, it's a no-doubt homer. So he's able to get in with second base there, and he does a really nice job there.
In walks the sophomore Missouri State commit Wyatt Vincent, center fielder. He got out last time on a ground out. Runner on second, Broden Mabe. Wyatt Vincent, 2 outs, trying to get Broden Mabe home. First pitch swinging, fouled back, 0-1 count.
First pitch just delivered to Wyatt Vincent. At corporate copy print, they can make signs, they can print up any
3 strikeouts for Trey Cates. 3 hits given up, 2 doubles, 1 single. Checks back on Broden Mabe.
And Robbie and Kimberly are extremely pleased with what our friends at corporate copy print did.
Nixa Eagles 4-1 in the season, 1 loss coming from Springfield Catholic and an extra innings thriller 2-1. As this is a rarity. They're only averaging to give up 2 runs a game right now. This Nixa Eagles team is, and they gave up 4 in the first inning. Broden Mabe on second. Wyatt Vincent. 1-1 count.
Royals fell to the Twins 2-0. Next one.
That pitch swung on, fouled left field line.
That's the kind of pitch that you want to throw there because it might have been called a strike, it might not have been, but if you're able to get the inside pitches against Vincent there, he kind of has to swing and kind of just force himself to get the ball over the plate. Obviously, you're going to have a low contact rate, a low batting average percentage on those particular plays.
Next pitch swung on by Wyatt Vincent. Right center field, that ball's going back, and it's going to get caught by Graham. What a great catch by Graham, and that's the end of the inning. William Chrisman gets out of that inning with no runs. 4-1 is a score heading to the bottom of the second. We'll be back after this. Ethan Taylor back on the mound. We're back, bottom of the second. First pitch from Ethan Taylor is going to be low. 1-0 count. William Chrisman, 4 runs in that first inning. 4-1's the score. Swung on. That goes to Caden Cloud. Caden Cloud grounds it cleanly. Gets Tanner Grant. That's 1 out of the inning.
Being able to get those quick outs is going to be important here. You know, you're down 4-1. You're trying to limit the amount of damage. He can do that, though. I think that's going to be one of the things that you notice early. But still, as we mentioned earlier, the wind isn't really necessarily pushing them all deep. The balls that go deep feel like they're staying in the park. The ground balls are staying in the infield.
First pitch outside, ball 1. Up to bat, Antonio Graham, top of the order.
And that's why I feel like the 4 infielders are going to be really, really important here throughout the rest of this game because, as you see, it's kind of positioned just pretty well. I mean, the third baseman's playing pretty much closer to the line. First baseman's playing a little bit back, and then you've got the shortstop and center fielder basically playing on the line of the dirt. So they're playing a bit back, which means that a ball down that first base side in the middle might cause problems, and especially ball right down the second base side.
3-0 count, Ethan Taylor. That's to be ball 4. Antonio Graham walks to first. Next up, Alex Smith, hit by pitch, his last at bat. Runner on first, Antonio Graham. First walk on balls from Ethan Taylor. Alex Smith.
Alex Smith.
Ethan Taylor with the pitch. Runner thinks about it, but he stays at first. He had Jack Edwards ready to throw. Jack Edwards goes up, drops the ball all the way down.
Dropped it. No advancement from Antonio Graham, who
4-1. William Chrisman leads. Check back Ethan Taylor. Needs to be safe.
Back to the bag.
Did he turn it all on the side?
I think Antonio Graham wants to get a wide lead, take off with a pitch here.
Daniel Graham
Just a hunch.
has healthy lead. He need to
Taylor's
stay
pitch
at
outside,
first.
letting
That's
the swing
outside
hold back
pitch.
Smith.
2-0 count.
Smith very close to home plate once again. He wears a white batting helmet.
Next pitch, inside, almost hits him again. That would have been his second hit by pitch in one game, but
The count to Alex Smith. So
keeps him in the batter's box. 3-0. Runner on first, and
1 out.
no bullpen movement yet from
Take
Nixa.
one, try and draw a walk. The pitch. Well, he didn't have to decide on that. It was
And another one.
outside. 2
4-pitch
consecutive walk
walk.
by Taylor. And the Bears, with 1 out, have runners at first and second. William Chrisman with the lead of 4-1.
For a good time, and then comes Coach Hughes. Coach Hughes coming out here is weird because you're not getting pulled on. I think I should get talked to.
Coach of the Nixa Eagles.
Coach Hughes comes out to the mound visit.
Pitcher Taylor.
Ethan Taylor
All the infielders on the mound as well.
has given up 4 runs so far. 2 on, 0 out, 2 walks in this inning.
Hey, I love the wind when I'm
1
in
out,
press
my apologies,
box,
1 out.
although it is working his way up here, the wind is, so not everything that's
Really windy right now, but it feels great though.
Yeah, one of the things is you're saying here is like the wind is pushing towards that third base side, so a lot of the balls that might be potentially be line drive plays, they're going to draw foul. We've seen a lot of foul balls go over into the dirt on the right side here, and this could be a really, as we mentioned, it's going to be a really windy game, but the opportunities for pitches to stay in the strike zone. If you don't have your best control, you're going to walk batters, and walking batters is never a good thing, as he's been doing so far in this inning.
Runners on first and second. The pitch from Ethan Taylor is going to be outside. It's going to be a 0-1 count. That was a really good pitch. Outside corner. Beautiful. Runners on first and second. The pitch swung on, lifted, but to be way foul.
Let's go into the cows, it looks like.
Yeah, the Cows are going to enjoy that one.
And 2.
Trey Cates
To me saying that ball is hit near the
at the
cows.
plate.
What do the Cows do when they find a baseball?
is an RBI.
Foul.
Yeah, really interesting setup here in Logan Rogersville as we're getting that camera set up for you. As Burns has come back, but you've got the football field in the left field and then dead center to the right field. It's just complete harvest. There's nothing there. It's just a complete farm, and then you got some horses, some cows over on the right side, and the stadium's still being built together. But
Swing and a miss, and that's going to be a strikeout from Ethan Taylor. Ethan Taylor gets his first strikeout of the game. Kind of gets off the nerves and see if he can lock in and get some more going here.
So there are 2 away to Cooper Hudson. He's 1 for 1, singled in the first. This game is in the second inning now. 4-1, William Chrisman.
2 out.
The second toss
Check back
to
on second base. 2 out,
second
2 on.
base.
In walks number 14,
Runner at
Cooper
second
Hudson.
base.
Sometimes a lot of those
Easily gets back. Cooper Hudson points his bat towards center field. Looks out his pitcher.
Next pitch, strike.
Over.
0-1 count.
Taylor 0-1.
Sometimes you're just trying to keep the hitters honest, and especially as a runner, you're trying to keep them as close as possible because a light single might score that runner from second base, so you're just trying to keep them as close to the bag as possible to prevent those extra runs.
Strike 2, outside corner. Ethan Taylor trying to get out of this inning with no runs.
For their first conference game, they are 5-3 overall. William Chrisman now 3-4 with their loss today. Once more, no one in the Suburban White has.
Swung on, strike 3. Ethan Taylor gets 2 strikeouts, gets out of the inning.
That will limit the damage there, and that's all you need.
4-1, heading into the top of the third. It's a ball game, folks. Ethan Taylor 2 strikeouts. What's up, 2 hits? We'll be right back. We are back. Rylan Michelle up to bat. He hit a double his first appearance. That first pitch from Trey Cates. It's going to be a strike. Trey Cates, 3 strikeouts.
ID stores in Independence. There are 2 of them. Swing and a miss.
Swing and a miss. 0-2 count now.
2 is Rylan Michelle. One of the Independence IV stores on Nolan Road, one on 23rd. Have a big event. Get your groceries from them.
Pitch swung on by Rylan Michelle down the left field line. This one's going to be close. He's running down. He's going to be safe at first base. Rylan Michelle's going to get an infield single.
Play at first base.
Up to bat, Caden Cloud.
Hit in the game for Nixa.
Yeah, that's one of those plays where effort matters. That ball is down the third base line. It's almost trailing. The third baseman might have been able to keep the ball and not touch it, and it might have gone foul, but you're just trying to get that runner out there. Michelle's a really strong hitter, so you're just trying to get him out there at first base, but he's able to kind of run through with his speed as well and able to get the ball through.
In walks big Caden Cloud, the shortstop. He grounded out his first appearance. That one's going to be strike right down the middle, 0-1 count.
Trey Cates working ahead of the batters here in the third inning. Bears up 4-1 against the Eagles of Nixa.
Next pitch.
Cates
And we're going to get time called.
waited, went 3 signs with Hudson, then took his foot off of the pitching rubber. Now they're ready to go again. What about that rule in baseball, the pitch clock.
0-1
Do you like
count.
it? Do you not like it? Don't
Pitch
think
delivered,
you get
1-1 high.
pitch outside.
Riley Michelle on first.
Cloud. One rule in baseball they changed in 1973.
1 on, 0
at
out.
least in one league. I wish they
4-1 ball game.
not
William
changed it.
Chrisman
Not
leads.
down to where
Top
they
of the
are.
third.
That's the DH. Pitch
Caden Cloud.
is upstairs. 2-1.
Takes it upstairs. 2-1.
Kind of something you're noticing. He steps. Oh,
sorry about that.
No, he steps out of the box after every time, kind of readjusts himself, trying to figure out where he is, trying to figure out where the pitch is going to come. And that kind of might rattle a pitcher off. Obviously, you can't do that in the majors anymore.
Next pitch swung on, foul back. And we're going to balk call.
Looked like he started his windup and then stopped and then did it again, which you can't necessarily do in that situation, trying to keep the runner honest. And
So that pitch is not going to count, I believe. Pitch not going to count. 2-1 count. 2-1 count. Riley Michelle advances on a balk. So runner on second. 2-1 count, I believe. Unless they're counting, I have no idea how that rule works. Unless they count as a ball, I have no idea.
I guess it wouldn't necessarily count in either aspect. I believe it's a ball.
That one swung on, 2-2 now.
2-2.
Yeah, because you balk before the pitch wouldn't count in that situation. So he's able to advance the runner, but no pitch would call.
Caden Cloud batting .588 right now. That ball swung on, lifted. Foul right field. Will he get there? He's diving, and Riley Michelle tagging up, and he's going to get third base.
Tags at second and goes to third. Hustling was Goldner to get there. He dove.
Great catch.
And he rolled over
By the right fielder, Max Goldner. Riley Michelle advances. Caden Cloud can go to the dugout knowing he advanced the runner there.
Yeah, it's a great play by the right fielder, but one of those big things as you talk about is the fact that ball was going to be a foul ball.
Yeah, you might want to let that drop, actually, if you think about it.
It's not necessarily the worst thing because, again, he makes an amazing, phenomenal catch out there in right field, but when you think about it later, it's going to be a situation where, yeah, the runner's able to advance with just 1 out. Obviously, if there's, with nobody out in that situation, you kind of have to make that play, but with 1 out, it's a lot easier to just say let it kind of play out.
Jack Edwards first switch pinging to the third baseman. That's going to be out. And in walks Tanner Grant. Tanner Grant, a single his last time up. Trying to bring home Riley Michelle, who's at third right now.
And stepping up, Tanner Grant. Grant singled in his first trip to the plate.
Tanner Grant walks in. Outside, 1-0 count.
A senior.
I think you notice something on these right-handed hitters. You're going to see a lot of outside pitches be balled because, like we've been talking about the whole broadcast, the wind is going to be a big factor here. So if you can't pitch on the inside, you're going to have to go on the outside, which results in the ball kind of moving in and out. You can kind of see where the gates are. On the third base side, it's pushing in towards the fans, but on the left side here on the third base side, it's going to be a lot more in. You're seeing the leaves kind of blow around. Everything's been kind of blowing around a little bit more.
That ball swung on.
Moving in.
It's going to be a fly out to right field.
Making the grab, Goldner. So
And that's an in the inning. Nixa escapes with 0 runs. Riley Michelle gets straight at third base. 4-1 to score heading to the bottom of the third. Step aside.
They have left.
We're back as Leo Anderson walks into the box. 4-1 lead for his Bears team. Ethan Taylor with the first pitch of the inning. It's to the inside. Ball 1.
Bears only got 2 hits in the first inning. Joseph Cole. Pitch was inside.
1-0 count. 1-1 count. Beautiful pitch there.
Henderson was the batter for William Chrisman. Working quickly, Taylor.
Inside, 2-1. Ethan Taylor, 2 strikeouts right now.
Henderson playing in left field in this game.
That ball swung out, lifted high, deep center field. Wyvitz going back, and that ball is going to be gone. Goodbye, baseball. Leo Henderson, take your time with that one. 5-1 ball game. William Chrisman leads.
Not only did he strike that one far, it was high.
Deep center field, the farthest point of the baseball field. That was a beautiful ball. Wyatt Vincent went back until he couldn't go back anymore. He hit the wall. He's like, oh, watch it go.
You can see that one a lot better. One of the big things is that the sun is kind of, it's shaded a little bit here, but it's still kind of bright. You're looking at that situation for Vincent here in center field. You got to track the ball, and then by the time you realize that, oh, it's over, it's probably too late to do anything about it.
Jackson Dillard came in. First pitch was a strike, 0-1. Next pitch swung on 0-2 now. 0-2 count. Ethan Taylor running off steam now. He just gave up a home run his first of the year. He's not happy camper. Tanner Grant's hat is flying off, and he just called time so we can get that hat. It's literally in deep right field right now.
Yeah, the wind is becoming an issue here. You can kind of see, and now it's really, really building up here. Obviously, when your first baseman's capped and he leaves the stadium, that's a bit of a concern. But one of the big things is even that pitch before with the center, when you're looking at the catcher, he's trying to throw the ball to first baseman. That ball just doesn't end up anywhere, and that's kind of been one of the big problems earlier.
That one swung on, strike 3. Jack Edwards got to get it to first, though, and he does easily. And out number 1. 5-1 now.
One away to Joseph Cole. Joseph drove in a run with a sacrifice fly in the first inning.
In watch Joseph Cole, the 7-hole.
First pitch to him.
First pitch inside, ball 1, 1-0 count.
Vincent Chavez will be next.
Outside, 1-1.
Just a bit low and outside. 2-0.
Meant 2-0, I think was what I meant to say.
Taylor into motion.
Swung on, fouled right into their dugout.
2-1. Lines it off the screen in front of the first base dugout.
2-1 count. Ethan Taylor gave up a home run 2 batters ago. Got a strikeout in his last one.
Cole in this game once more a sacrifice fly. So he is 0 for 0 at the plate. Remember, Post Press Specialties opened in 1992 as a small letterpress shop.
Taylor gets a new ball.
100 sensitive and 100 workers.
Good discussion. First baseman's trying to figure out what to do with it. To throw to the pitcher or catcher. First base umpire's pointing, and he's not really paying attention there, so he's able to get to the catcher and eventually get the umpire.
2-2 count. Here comes the pitch. Swung on, fouled back. Good job staying alive there by Joseph Cole.
Twisted to try and get out of the way. Made contact and fell off the screen. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Cole.
Here comes Taylor's pitch. Outside. Hits Jack Edwards right in the face. 3-2 money ball. 3-2, 1 out. Bottom of the 3rd inning.
It's going to be really, really hard as an outfielder to track these balls. The wind's picking up. It's probably north of 25 miles an hour at this point.
That ball's fouled off again. We're going to keep doing this. 3-2.
And even as we're talking about a weird hop on the turf, there's not necessarily any like dirt spots or anything that could be a big problem. But just focusing on those different things like that, as a center fielder, as an infielder, you're trying to figure out what to do, especially when you're down and trailing, where any mistake could cost you an additional run.
Pitch was low. It's going to be a walk.
Walk number 3 given by Taylor.
His 3rd walk of the game. He walked Antonio Graham and Alex Smith earlier.
Comes up.
In walks Vincent Chavez.
Strikeout victim in inning number 1. We thank the Snyders and Snyder Property for being partners with us.
Here's the pitch from Ethan Taylor. Ethan Taylor inside. 1-0. Runner stays at first.
Down the glove of the catcher, but
5-1 score, bottom of the third, 1 out. Like I said, this Eagles pitching staff is not used to giving up this many runs. Averaging to give up 2 runs a game. I mean, their only loss they have, they gave up 2 runs in that game. So, not a familiar sight here as that ball was swung on. Now it's a 1-1 count.
And as we've seen, the mistakes have helped the Eagles more than they've hurt them this season so far, and this game has certainly flipped that note.
That pitch swung on 1-2 now.
It's definitely flipped that notion upside down here in this game, and while the Eagles are in benefit in that first inning of that run being brought in because the first baseman couldn't cleanly field the ball, really it's been the mistakes of the pitchers here that have caused a lot of problems.
Strike 3. That's his 4th strikeout of the game. In walks Max Goldner.
Number 4 in the game. 4.
Max Goldner. Watch that one. Strike 1, 0-1 count.
Yeah, it's not terrible, but
Side off the glove.
High.
Back to the screen.
And runners in a go.
To second base is Joseph Cole.
And runners
1 run home in this inning for the Bears. That was a long home run hit by Leo Anderson.
Runners at second.
The offering.
Outside, but really close, but it's going to stay. A ball. It's going to be a 2-1 count. 2-1 count. Runner on second. 2 outs. 5-1.
Anything's on. 1-1.
Swung on. 2-2.
So in the hole is Goldner, 1-2. Number Snyder Properties, they own the Tomashaw Apartments on Nolan Road, south of I-70. They're in the Independent School District. 1-2.
Swung on. Strike 3. Ethan Taylor 5 strikeouts in the game.
2 consecutive strikeouts.
Where's he going? What's going on? I thought it was strike 2 too.
Foul ball. Foul ball not held by the catcher.
Forced.
And the pitch.
And that one's hit, fouled off. Right field. I could have swore that was strike 3.
Yeah, sometimes in those situations you can miss, but the catcher's got to be able to hold on to the ball. So if he was able, if it dropped to the ball, dropped to the ground at all, then that could be a real problem, and that obviously
it's been tipped
extends the
back.
at-bat.
Checking the runner on at second. The pitch.
Outside. They got ourselves a full count again. Full count.
2 strikes. First base is open.
Runner on second. 2 outs. Ethan Taylor trying to get him out here. And he will not. Ball low. Runners on first and second. Still no movement in that Nixa bullpen unless I can't see it. But I don't see anything.
Yeah, there's nothing going on right now. I think one of the big things is just focus. Yes, his pitch count is probably pretty high here. But one of the big things I'm thinking of is his confidence is still high. He's just trying to get the ball, trying to avoid the walks there.
First pitch to Antonio Graham. It's going to be low, 1-0 count. Antonio Graham walked his last time up, but doubled his first time up in the first inning.
And, coming into this game, he had a 1.70 ERA, so obviously you trust him as much as possible. And if they don't trust anyone in their bullpen as much as it looks like, I believe Rylan Evans is he's kind of walking around over there. But we'll see what kind of happens throughout the rest of this game.
Next pitch, outside corner, 1-1 count.
A lot of it is just trying to get through this inning. If you can get through this inning, if you can give your pitcher more time to wait in the bullpen, if you can get him some more extra throws, then that's going to be a really, really important thing, especially trying to preserve this.
Next pitch, swung on and missed, 1-2. Now we see some movement. Just can't get a number there.
Ball, 2 strikes to Antonio Graham. Antonio.
Alex Thomason warming up in the bullpen right now. The junior. Next pitch from Ethan Taylor. Swung on, fouled back. 1-2.
1-2 pitch again.
One thing I've seen from this William Chrisman team is they're really good at staying alive in close counts. They don't go down without a fight.
Foul balls in this game.
He doesn't want blood on the turf, so we just
The 1-2.
Next pitch,
Ground ball.
Caden Cloud fielded cleanly. He throws to Reese Sternberger at second, and that will get him out of the inning.
Second base.
William Chrisman gets out of the inning with a 1 run. That 1 run being from a home run from Leo Anderson. We're going to step away, due up, Oaf, Eagleberger, and Dernberger. We'll be right back, everyone.
Going on.
South City Furniture, they have
not on the stand, but it's up there. I don't think it's gonna go
every day.
Sorry about those technical difficulties there. Our camera just completely flew over there. The wind just pushed in. We had a speaker on the outside of the stadium fall over. This is definitely an interesting little moment there, but we had a foul ball up there. And now we're back.
What do you like? What kind of
Pitch to Oaf, 0-2 count. He fouled off his first one. We were trying to figure out everything.
caramel monkey?
Close to home plate.
That pitch swung on and missed, but dropped by the catcher. Garagov tried to get to first base, but he's going to get thrown out by Hudson. Trey Cates' 4th strikeout. Garagov's 2nd strikeout of the day.
And another hat is flying, and now this one, somebody couldn't get it out there. The right fielder.
Second baseman.
Second
baseman's hat. Goldner was straightened out, and Smith.
It looked like it went straight through his legs there, and now they're kind of laughing about it. I don't know, at this point, you know, a hat's important, but when the hat flies off, that's probably been about the 5th or 6th hat that we've seen kind of fly off between these two teams here.
In walks Mason Eagleberger, the DH. He struck out his last time up. First pitch, Eagleberger. Right down the middle, strike 1. Beautiful pitch.
Mason Eagleberger, strike 1.
I kept trying to figure out why I'd seen him before.
Cates as Cooper Hudson looked out before Cates was ready to throw. And then I saw Cooper Hudson
Next pitch, swung on, fouled back, 0-2.
pitch. And a big gust of wind blew things away. I even see the ball.
0-2 to Mason Eagleberger. This is the stretch that
From Hudson back to the mound.
Trey Cates got his 3 straight strikeouts. It was Oaf, Eagleberger, and Dernberger, and he's getting another strikeout on Eagleberger. 5 strikeouts for Trey Cates, 2 strikeouts for Eagleberger. In walks Reese Dernberg, the 8-hole, the second baseman. He struck out his last time up, trying to change that up here. 2 outs, nobody on, 5-1, William Chrisman lead. Top of the 4th inning. First pitch swung on. Disgusting pitch. That was a great pitch.
Yeah, and with the
0-1
wind,
count.
and with the wind pushing 25 plus in terms of miles per hour, this is going to be, you know, you're just trying to get through, trying to have good command on your pitches.
That ball swung on, lifted. It's be foul. 0-2.
And it feels like he's had some great command in this game so far. He's been able to kind of limit the walks. I don't think, has he walked a single batter in this game? I don't believe he has.
I'm not seeing a walk.
Yeah, so he's been able to have a lot of command. He's been able to, you know, put his pitches where he's wanted to, even given these circumstances of the wind being bad, which would allow, you know, pitches to kind of fling more on the outside.
Next pitch swung on. Rung him up. 3 straight strikeouts. 3 up, 3 down. Eagles take the field again. And we'll be back as the Bears come up to bat again. We are back as Alex Smith walks in for the Chrisman Bears. Ethan Taylor on the mound still. He has 4 strikeouts on this game.
And it is Alex Smith.
First pitch, 0-1. Alex Smith hit by pitch and walked. That one swung on, foul ball, 0-2.
He has reached base, but he does not have an official bat.
2-0 count. 0-2 count, my apologies. 0-2. Swung on, strike 3. Ethan Taylor gets his first strikeout of the game, and he liked that one.
Well, all of a sudden, no one able to hit the ball for either team. 5th strikeout of the game.
Trey Cates, the pitcher, walks up. He has an RBI this game. He's a strikeout as well. That one's going to be low and away. 1-0 count. Second pitch. Comes in off Jack Edwards' mask. 2-0.
Looks like they got some soft toss going around the Eagles bullpen. You wonder if they're going to let him pitch a 5th inning here. If he's able to get through this inning quickly, there could be a chance, but it's looking like Alexander will be able to come into this game.
Next pitch. Swung on, no. He held up, but out. He did it again. Same first base umpire. He sits there, and then when they finally ask him for a signal, he gives it. Okay, that was the swing. So 2-1 now. 2-2 count. Low and inside, and Trey Cates did not like that call at all.
And sometimes instead of talking to the umpire, you just got to kind of step away, just kind of throw your hands up and just go, well, okay, I got to get back in the batter's box, focus on the next pitch here.
2-2. Swing and a miss. Ethan Taylor, 6 strikeouts. 2 strikeouts in a row.
Taylor and Cates, that is now
in walks Cooper Hudson. Struck out his last time at bat.
2 gone for Cooper.
Let's see if Ethan Taylor can get 3 up, 3 down, 3 strikeouts.
Strikeout in this game.
6 strikeouts. First pitch, low and away, 1-0.
A lot of these pitches going up on the outside. Some of the pitches have been kind of more in the inside, but when you throw those inside pitches, you're going to see a lot more aggression down the middle of the plate.
Swung on, foul, back 1-1.
And 1-1 to Leo Henderson.
Cooper Hudson, 1-1.
Thank you.
Swung on up the middle, taken by Ethan Taylor. What a grab right there, and he's going to get him out of the inning. 3 outs, all coming from Ethan Taylor. 2 strikeouts and a ground ball right to his chest. Headed to the top of the 5th, it's 5-1. William Chrisman leads, but that's a great defensive inning and great pitching inning from Ethan Taylor. That's what you want to see. We're going to step aside. We'll be right back. Broad Mabe up to bat. He doubled his first time up.
The dugout, 816-313.
First pitch to Mabe, swung on. They go back to the first base umpire, and he goes, no, he did not go.
This umpire seems very, very hesitant to call
He
those.
looks like he's not paying attention, to be honest. 1-0 count. Broad Mabe. Check again. Are they going to check back to him again, maybe?
This time, he did not look the first
And
base
now they're looking over.
Safe.
And he did it
All right.
again.
No.
So there's
2-0.
I don't understand, it's about the 4th time that's happened where he just has not been paying attention. Catcher
3-0.
The catcher looks at the umpire and goes, what should I do? And then he looks over and he's just very persistent. Looks like he's chatting with the first baseman a bit here now. First baseman's kind of walking away.
3-0 to Broad Mabe. Wyatt Vincent on deck. It's going to be ball 4. Broad Mabe walks on 4 pitches, and in walks Wyatt Vincent. 2 outs on Wyatt Vincent right now. Wyatt Vincent
That's the first walk.
hasn't got any hits today, 0 for 2.
In this game.
And now he's moved. And now there's no first base umpire. He's moved to the second base side. I think one of these things, as you talk about, Wyatt Vincent's speed. You might see him run here just to try to get Chip in some runs, but they're playing in as if they're expecting it as well.
First one, and they're going to call that a strike. Check swing, but they say he wins. 0-1 count now. Broad Mabe on first base.
First game today, the Bears went only 5 as they fell by 10, 11-1 to the Logan.
That one.
Wildcats. Curveball misses.
Ball 1-1. Wyatt Vincent. Broad Mabe on first, 0 outs, 5-1. William Chrisman leads.
Even though there are bleacher seats here. Concession stand not completely open, but they are selling stuff in it.
Strike 2.
Called strike 1 and 2 to Wyatt Vincent.
1-2 count. Wyatt Vincent at the plate. He's 0 for 2 today. Broad Mabe on first. Pitch high and outside, 2-2.
Held on 2 strikes. Rylan Michelle will be up next. Runner on at first, Broden Mabe.
Next pitch, swung on, fouled, right field line, 2-2.
Count remains at 2-2.
0 outs, 2-2. Runner on first.
Well, the Bears played against the Eagles.
Rylan Michelle on deck. He's a double and single today.
Baseball team called the Eagles. Pitch.
Swung on, foul left field line. Bro Mabe's gonna have to go back to first. We're gonna redo this. 2-2 still.
Learn about one by visiting the Negro League Baseball Museum in Kansas City.
Great job by Wyatt Vincent staying alive here.
Eagles from Newark, New Jersey. Wonderful museum. You get the opportunity, check it out. 2-2.
Swung on, past second baseman. Broden Mabe running second.
Baseman Smith.
Broden Mabe's gonna get to third, and Wyatt Vincent's gonna advance a runner on a single. Runners on the corner. In walks Rylan Michelle. He's 2 for 2 on the day. Double in the single. Double in the first inning. Single in the third inning. Let's see what Rylan Michelle can do here.
As we talk about, that's where the importance of the walk comes in that aspect. You walk the leadoff hitter. He's able to advance to third base just like that on what, you know, it was a pretty deep single.
It is.
The Bears are playing no doubles defense, which means they're not going to allow anything to get in the gap. They're playing a lot more deep in right field as it looks like they're kind of shifting towards the left
Pitch right
side
down the
of
middle,
third
0-1.
base. And that shift allows for them to be able to, yes, he's not going to be able to pull it over his head, but they're expecting him to pull it towards that side. So they're playing very, very deep down the right field line. So if he's able to get it on that side, that could be extra bases.
That ball swung on, lifted high, deep left field. At the warning track, it's caught. Bro Mabe catch it. Bro Mabe will tag is what I meant to say. Bro Mabe tags from third base. That one will go. Rylan Michelle goes to the dugout with an out, but he also gets an RBI.
Sometimes that's all you can do in those situations. As we talk about, they were expecting him to pull it that way, and he was able to pull it that way. And while it went a little bit farther than they were expecting it to, I think it was one of those things where just in front of the warning track, he was able to at least get the ball in quickly so that the runner at first base couldn't advance to second as well.
It was in the air, was dancing around like the disco era, but finally he caught it.
That ball's pitched, swung on by Caden Cloud, 0-1.
Caden Cloud, 0-1.
Runner on first, 5-2's the score now. Thanks to Rylan Michelle's sac fly. Caden Cloud in the batter's box. Runner goes, and we're in a pickle. Wyatt Vincent and Bach. Bach is called by the home plate umpire, and Wyatt Vincent's going to go to second base. And that's the second balk of the game.
Now the coach is coming out.
Coach comes out, talks to the home plate umpire, talk this one over. Nixa bench and bullpen going crazy, jumping up and down.
Started out as an attempted steal.
Looks like a lot of that situation was just he was waiting for him to throw the ball, and once he makes that first move, it felt like he was going to run. The problem was is he could hear the fact that, hey, the entire infield was yelling at the pitcher saying, hey, he's coming in. He turns around. That results in the balk there.
I was very confused there because Wyatt Vincent, Missouri State command, really, really good baseball IQ, and I was really confused on what was happening because he's not one to do that, and now I know why he did that because it was a balk. So,
well, I don't remember the opponents. I'm guessing maybe the Astros, but there was a runner on that second.
So we're gonna have a
he was looking at the catcher.
0-1 count. 0-1 count.
From the catcher as to what pitch was being
Wyatt Vincent on second.
pitcher
1 out.
Intentionally balked the runner to third, so he couldn't see the signals from the catcher.
Caden Cloud at home plate, trying to get Wyatt Vincent on. He's
Down low for a ball.
he watches that one go.
1-1.
Let's be 1-1. 1-1 count. Wyatt Vincent on second.
For Nixa.
Swung on. Caden Cloud lifted deep left field. That ball is off the wall. Wyatt Vincent rounding third. He's in to score easily. Caden Cloud gets a double off the wall, and that was about 2 inches from going out of the ballpark. Hits the top of the fence, bounce down. Stand-up double for Caden Cloud. Now it's 5-3 ball game. And in walks Jack Edwards.
Yeah, one of the big things, the Eagles' offense is very, very aggressive. They can swing at a lot of first pitches. They can kind of mix and match. They pick their spots to swing. And in that situation, that was just waiting for the ball to come. The wind died down a little bit in that situation, so maybe if the wind picked up a little bit more, it would have been out. Like you were mentioning, it was just off the wall. We couldn't tell from here, but then when the runner...
Strike one down the middle. 0-1. Jack Edwards watches that one go. Jack Edwards reached on an error his first time out and ground out his second.
2 runs home, 1 gone for the Eagles.
Runner on second.
Bears lead.
That's Caden Cloud.
5-3.
Here's the pitch from Cates. Out of the catcher's glove. Cloud thought about going, but he goes back.
No advancement from the runner. Ball and a strike to Edwards. Edwards reached on an error in the first and grounded out to third in inning number 3. Trey Cates.
With the pitch outside.
Outside, good stop by Hudson.
2-1.
Ball from going back to the screen.
Catcher's doing a nice job just keeping the ball in his glove because there's been some situations where the ball could have easily gone past him. That was certainly one of them. He's done a good job avoiding runners being able to advance because of fast balls.
Next pitch.
Right.
Outside corner strike. 2-2 count.
2-2. Nobody is forced right now. The Bears, though, in the first game did get 2 double plays against Logan Rogersville.
Caden Cloud on second.
Cates, check up the runner at second. The 2-2.
Jack Edwards swings.
Yes.
That's the 7th strikeout for Trey Cates on the game.
Trey Cates having a marvelous afternoon on the mound. That's strikeout number 7, 2 gone. And it will be up to Tanner Grant.
Tanner Grant, big first baseman single in the first inning. Third inning, hit a flyout. See what he can do here. Caden Cloud on second. 5-3 ball game. 2 out, top of the 5th. Willie and Chrisman leads.
For both teams, the Bears lead is now
First pitch from Cates, swung on. 0-1 count.
outside the strike zone was Grant, 0-1.
Earlier in the game.
The Eagles right now with the tying run at the plate, 2 gone. Bears entered this inning with a 5-1 advantage.
Next pitch outside.
Outside barely.
1-1.
Ball with a strike to Tanner Grant.
1-1 count. Run on second.
Trey Cates slowing it down just a bit.
Cates steps off the mound. Cloud shoots back to second base.
You can see the screen protecting the fans blowing in and out. A lot of leaves caught on the screen on the third base side.
Next pitch outside. 2-1.
Missed by a fraction of a millimeter. 2 balls and a strike. Off is up next.
Two 2-1 count. Runner on second.
The pitch.
Cates with the pitch. Swung on high. It's 2-2.
Missed. 2-2. Grant steps back after taking a practice swing.
2-2. Runner on second.
Cates, the delivery.
Swung on. Foul right into the dugout of William Chrisman. I hope no one got hit. That was, if you were turned around, you had no chance of knowing that was going. That was literally straight into the dugout.
Indicate anyone was hurt. That's a good sign. Beautiful complex here.
2-2 count.
Logan Rogersville.
Tanner Grant, Garagoff on deck.
In center field.
Outside, 3-2 count.
Barely missed. So it comes down to a 3-2.
3-2 count. Caden Cloud on second. Garagoff in the batter circle.
Trey Cates from the stretch. The pitch.
That ball's fouled. Right field line out of play. Now it's going to be 3-2 again.
Maybe twice or
Like I said, Tanner Grant singled in the first inning, flied out in the third. Trying to get a ball in play here. Hopefully get Caden Cloud at home. 3-2. Trey Cates gets set with the pitch. Swung on, strike 3. Trey Cates, 8 strikeouts on the day. Gets out of that inning. Eagles get 2 runs.
Nixa Eagles.
But William Chrisman keeps the lead heading into the bottom of the fifth. 5-3 to score. We're going to step aside. We'll be right back. We're back, bottom of the fifth. First pitch from Ethan Taylor is going to be a strike, swinging 0-1 count.
Of this inning. Leo Henderson, last time up.
Strike 2 on the second pitch.
He hit it towards left center, and the wind just kept blowing it to right.
Next pitch, low and away, 1-2.
Center fielder Worth Benson was backing up, and then
Leo Henderson, I think, is at the plate. Home run last time he was at the plate.
Dancing out of the way, Leo Henderson.
2-2, that ball was inside.
That evens at 2-2. The pitch to him.
Strikeout swinging, and that's Ethan Taylor's 7th strikeout of the game. Leo Henderson heads back as Jackson Dillard comes to the plate.
Looks like the third base coach is a little bit late to get on the field, so he's able to run in there at the end of the at-bat to get where he's supposed to be.
Pitch from Taylor's outside, 1-0.
And he watches one outside. It is 1-0 to Jackson Dillard.
Next pitch swinging, 1-1.
And he misses.
As we see that tempo of Ethan Taylor, that speed pitch.
Jackson Dillard
1-1, inside, low, 2-1.
takes one.
Safe to say this will be his last inning. Lots more warm-up, and it looks like
Dillard.
the Eagles' next opponent, Summit Christian, is
Strike
gotten
swinging,
here.
1-2.
So they're kind of taking up a little bit of space over on the third base side there, but no current action. They did have somebody up, it looks like, and now they're kind of just all stretching and tossing there.
Low and away,
I wonder how much
3-2 or 2-2, one of the other, I can't remember.
on a windy day.
Inside, strike 3 called. Ethan Taylor's 2 straight strikeouts, 8 strikeouts on the game. In walks Joseph Cole.
And the first two
Beautiful pitch by Ethan Taylor. Fastball, inside corner.
bottom of the fifth inning.
Leo Henderson, sorry, Jackson Dillard, watch that ball go right past him.
Taylor.
First pitch to Cole is going to be a strike, 0-1.
Strike call to Jackson Cole. Joseph Cole.
First pitch outside, 1-1. Second pitch outside.
Mr. and Mrs. Cole, listen.
Definitely going a lot faster now.
It's not giving your son a different first name.
2-1 now, low.
Back 2-1.
Now he does.
Joseph Cole. An RBI with a sacrifice fly in the first, and he walked.
That one's low, 3-1.
One ball away from getting walked. 3 balls and a strike.
Time called.
Started to
Sometimes that quick pitch makes the umpire want to call time a little bit.
He was in motion. You know, he
Yeah, it
used
looks
to
like
do
the
that a
plate
lot.
wasn't necessarily
He used to
cleaned
strip the
over, so he's
pitchers.
just making sure that he can see it from where he's at.
Marvelous center fielder for the Royals for many years.
Next pitch high,
High.
and Joseph Cole will walk. In walks
Cole gets a free pass.
Vincent Chavez.
That is walk number 5 in this game for the pitcher Ethan Taylor. Saw Amos Otis and several former Royals. They walked by my gate to the ballpark.
First pitch
yesterday
to
where I take-
Chavez going to be high and away, 1-0 count.
It does not look like the guy that played Played center field for the Royals many years ago.
Pitch from Taylor. 2-0.
Low and inside.
Joseph Cole on first. 2 outs. 2 strikeouts for Ethan Taylor this inning.
Chavez has struck out twice in this game.
Vincent Chavez, unsuccessful so far in this game. Swung on, 2-1.
Swings and misses. And actually, that was not the third strike. That was 2-0. Yeah, I apologize. Next one, Chavez.
Strike 2. He's hacking now, and Ethan Taylor's throwing heat. 2-2 count.
Chavez was up in the count, 2-0. Credit to Taylor for bouncing back. Here comes the 2-2.
Strike 3 on the corner. Beautiful pitch by Ethan Taylor. That's going to be his 9th strikeout of the game. 3 strikeouts this inning.
In the inning, he
Due up,
struck out the side.
Oaf, Eagleberger, and Dernberger. We're going to step aside while we wait for the
In order.
inning to start. We'll be right back.
The Bears lead.
In walks Garrigo for the Nixa Eagles. Trey Cates still on the field for the Bears. He has 8 strikeouts on the day. Garrigo, 2 of them.
Number 15.
Strikeout in the 1st and 4th inning. First pitch, high and outside, 1-0 count to Garrigo.
The guy named Garrett would not want to wear number 4. There was a guy many years ago for the Yankees who wore number
1-0 count.
His name was Garrett. You know who I'm talking about?
Outside, 2-0.
2 balls and no strikes. Henry Lewis Gehrig is called the Iron Horse. Played in 2,130 consecutive games for the Yankees.
Next pitch swung on, fouled back. He wants that one back. 2-1 count now.
Lou Gehrig won the last time he batted for the Yankees.
Gehrig batting 157 coming into this game.
The Yankees came to Kansas City to play their top farm team, the Kansas City Blues.
Next pitch, strike 2, high corner.
Actually, he got the outside part of the plate, 2-2.
Unlike that first strike, that second pitch was one that Oaf is definitely thinking of and saying, you know, I can't really make solid contact about that.
2-2, swung on, strike 3, Garrigo, his 3rd strikeout. Trey Cates, 9th.
But Lou Gehrig
In walks Mason Eagleberger. He has 2 strikeouts as well. This whole 3 lineup, Oaf, Eagleberger, Dernberger, all been struck out every time they come to the plate.
Salvador Perez was named the 4th team captain in Royals history. Missing inside Cates.
1-0 count.
We talked about the command of this pitcher the entire game in Cates, but one of the big things that we've seen so far, I think, has been
That ball swung on, high but really shallow. The shortstop is going to get it, and he will. Smith with the catch. Eagleberger with the flyout. In walks Reese Dernberger.
I thought that was going to the outfield.
2 gone.
you know, that ball was pulled. It was hit towards the third base side, but the wind was able to kind of push it to the middle, and then it finally landed right where the shortstop was able to get it in shallow right center field.
Reese Sternberger, Reese Sternberger, yes. 2 strikeouts on the day. First one he checks. It's going to be fouled, though. 0-1. If you can't tell, this wind is really heavy.
Even the laptop's starting to shake with the wind up here. I know I'm mentioning the wind too often. Remember a game the Royals in Detroit.
0-1 count. Sternberger swings, going to go to the right field, and Reese Sternberger is going to get himself a single. One on, Roden Mabe walks up. Roden Mabe had quite the day so far, double and a walk.
Eagles, and the number 9 hitter, the Mabe, comes to the plate.
Roden Mabe.
In this game, and he is walked. Single, the second walk last inning. Game in the 6th, the Bears with a 5-3 lead over the Nixa Eagles.
Sternberger on first, 2 out. 0-0 count.
Trey Cates looks at the runner at first.
Strike 1.
Off, strike ball.
0-1 count. 2 outs.
Mabe takes a look. And he's bound upon it. The pitch.
Pitch swung on by Mabe, right down in between the first and second baseman. 2 back-to-back singles, and in walks Wyatt Vincent. Wyatt Vincent singled his last time up.
Stopping at second.
He's 1 for 3.
Is Sternberger.
There's nobody currently warming up in that bullpen, so they're hoping he can get at least one more out here to just get out of this inning and limit the damage. But they are risking a lot by not having somebody warmed up and at least ready.
1 for 3. Single, strikeout, and a fly ball out.
He's only got 5 pitches left.
So the tying run
Trey
on at
Cates,
first
9
base.
strikeouts on the day, trying to make it 10 here. 2 on, Wyatt Vincent in. That's going to be a ball low, 1-0 count. Top of the 6th, 5-3 is the score. 2 on, 2 out. Wyatt Vincent needs to come in clutch here. Like we mentioned, Eagles 4-1 in the season. Their 1 loss coming from Springfield Catholic, 2-1 at US Ballpark. Nixa 0-1 at neutral sites. That ball swung on. That's going to drop. In comes Sternberger. In comes Mabe. Vincent at second. And that's a 2-run double from Wyatt Vincent, and this game is tied. Wyatt Vincent pierced that one right through the left fielder and center fielder. Beautiful piece of hitting right there. And this game is tied up at 5. Wyatt Vincent.
After the first 2 were out.
2 hits, back-to-back appearances at the plate. That's right when you need it. 5-5 ball game. 2 outs. And in walks Rylan Michelle. Rylan Michelle, a double, a single, and a sac fly so far today.
And it looks like they're taking their starting pitcher out here. Who knows who they're bringing in? They didn't have anyone warming up in the bullpen, so they're probably using someone from the infield or the outfield to take over. As it looks like they're bringing somebody in to switch gloves here.
It's a fist
He
bump
did enough. He
from
was very, he limited the contact, of course, those last 3 or 4 hitters that he had. He was able to get through the first 2 outs of the inning,
struck out,
but unfortunately he
8
just
in this
wasn't
game.
able to get through as he was hoping he would.
So the game
Like-
is now a
Sorry, my bad.
No, you're good. One of the things about the Eagles, though, is they were very contact heavy. They were picking their selective shots there to swing. As you were mentioning earlier, the 2, 3, and 4 spots hadn't got a hit going into this inning, and it looked like that was going to continue. But the 4-hitter was able to get in position to get on base, limit, just try to give more opportunities to the rest of this Nixa offense, and obviously that paid off as he'll stand on second base here, representing the go-ahead run.
Likes Jr. coming into pitch here for the Bears. Jeremy Likes Jr.
Very well for
Trey Cates had a great day. 9 strikeouts, 5 earned runs, though.
innings. Last inning.
Now let's see if Jeremy Likes Jr. can get them out of this inning and head them to the bottom of the 6.
2 runs.
Looks like there was a warning from the umpire to tell the Nixa hitters to kind of stand back if they weren't in the circle.
Jeremy Likes Jr. pitched to Rylan Michelle.
Rylan Michelle at the plate. He's had quite a day. Wyatt Vincent on second. Rylan Michelle inside, and Wyatt Vincent's going to get to third off a pass ball. Wyatt Vincent on third. Rylan Michelle at the plate. 2 out.
So the tying run now at
Eagles fans will enter their seat here.
third base.
sometimes one of those things is as your first pitch, you're not really expecting much. You haven't really warmed up. As I was mentioning, they didn't warm up anybody, so he is completely, he's cold at this point, which could prove to be costly as they're just trying to get one out of him, but who knows if that's going to happen.
And if you have common baseball knowledge, throwing in a pitcher that hasn't warmed up can hurt him as well. Hurt an arm. 2-0 count to Michelle. Ronald Michelle swinging hard. Fastball's going to be fouled off and it's going to hit the catcher. 2-1 count now.
Caden Cloud. Remember, the Bears in the second game are the home
And now he's
team.
telling him to
Game
come
is in
over.
the sixth. High school baseball, it goes 7.
Although he's kind of laughing, so I guess you can guess where he got
Yeah,
hit.
I got something to say. I think we can all guess where we got hit. It hurts a lot, but it's still kind of funny. So he's going to take a second, hands on his knees. He's going to.
Got smacked with that. Foul ball. Umpires do that sometimes just to give the catcher time to recoil.
2-1 count. Riley Michelle, Vincent on third. 2 outs. The pitch outside, 3-1. Wyatt Vincent eager to go,
Ryland Michelle.
but he's going to stay there. Wyatt Vincent on third. Like I said, Riley Michelle up to bat, 3-1. Caden Cloud on deck.
Base. 5 for
Caden
the
Cloud,
Bears,
1 for 3 on the day.
Eagles.
Pitch down, and we got runners in the corner, and in walked Caden Cloud. Caden Cloud had a double, RBI double, that was really close to going out, hit the top of the fence if you remember that. So, really good clutch hitter. Let's see if he can do it here. Runners on the corner, Vincent on third, Michelle on first, and here comes Caden Cloud.
Sometimes, obviously, you're not wanting to intentionally have runners on base, but in that situation, you don't hate the idea of putting a runner on first to force the runner to get into a potential fielder's choice force out.
First pitch to Caden Cloud is going to be a strike, inside corner, 0-1 count.
Nothing in 1. Cloud to be followed by Edwards.
Likes with the pitch. Runner goes, and they're going to let Michelle run. It's going to be 0-2 count now. 0-2 count. Michelle on second, Vincent on third. Caden Cloud.
Is the runner, the lead run is at third base.
That ball's going to be inside, 1-2.
Over ball and inside, 1-2.
One, 2 count. Runners on second and third. 2 outs. 5-5 ball game. That pitch is going to be a ball. 2-2.
Cloud. So he comes back from an 0-2.
Top of the 6th, 5-5 game. 2 outs.
Pitch coming up right here in this 5-5 game in the top of the 6th.
Inside pitch, 3-2. Almost hit Caden Cloud's elbow. I got a full count, and this is probably the most important pitch of the game so far.
Larger.
Yeah, you can either get out of the inning for the Bears or try to regain the lead here for the Eagles. This play definitely is very pivotal here in the matchup.
Pitch from Likes.
5-1.
Swing and a miss. Caden Cloud. Strikeout number 1 for Jeremy Likes. Comes at the best time.
Strikeout for Jeremy Light.
Eagles tie it up, but William Chrisman escapes with a tie game and not being down. We're going to step aside. We wait to go to the bottom of the 6th. We got a good ball game on our hands, folks. We'll be right back. We're here at the bottom of the 6th, getting ready to start, and we have a new pitcher in for the Eagles, Alex Thomason, the junior. 6 foot, 175, absolute unit. He's coming in to relieve here.
And it looks like they're going to have to switch gloves. Either his glove wasn't a pitcher's glove or it wasn't a regulated glove or something, but they're going to have him stop his warm-up pitches to go back into the dugout to try to figure it out.
We saw this last year. Blake Pendergrass or someone came in the district championship, KPOO, and they had to take a new glove because they deemed it distracting. The colors of the gloves can be deemed distracting to hitters, and so they have to change gloves upon umpires' requests, and that's what he's doing here. So Alex Thomason pitching with a new glove. What a day for Ethan Taylor. He had 9 strikeouts, 5 earned runs, but they all came in early at the game. He went 3 innings hitless.
Yeah, he did a
Not
really
hitless,
nice
scoreless.
job limiting the damage, allowing the Eagles to come back, because even 1 or 2 extra runs there when it was a really shaky first start of the game could have caused a lot more problems.
First pitch from Thomason's going to be a strike right down the middle, 0-1 count. Beautiful pitch.
0-1. Taylor, 5 innings, 5 hits, 5 runs, 9 strikeouts.
For second pitch, swung on, fouled back, 0-2.
0-2.
And it felt like as the game went on, he was able to keep his tempo up. There were a lot of times where he was, pitch, okay, gets the ball, waits 2 seconds, and throws it again. There was a lot more of those types of pitches than there were the slow type of things that we saw earlier in the game when he was still trying to figure a thing out with a potentially wet baseball.
1-2 count. Max Goldner at the plate, if I haven't mentioned that yet. They're 9-hole. Antonio Gibson due up next. 1-2. The pitch from Thomason. High 2-2.
Upstairs, 2-2. So Max Goldner comes down in the count. Oh, whatever.
The team below the national.
2-2.
Thomason.
Thomason with the pitch.
He wants the wine, the pitch.
That ball's hit down the third base line to be foul ball. Couldn't tell if Mabe wanted to field it or didn't want to field it. He kind of looked undecisive, but let it roll anyways.
Yeah, it looked like by the time he was able to get the ball, he would have been safe at first base, so you just let it go and let it pass through to try to give your pitcher another opportunity to get a strikeout or just another out in general.
Here's 5, the Eagles 5.
Here's the pitch from Thomason.
Bottom of the 6th, the pitch from Thomason.
That pitch is swung on, and it's going to be a single to center fielder Wyatt Vincent.
A piece of hitting there by Max Goldner.
Max Goldner gets on first base and in walks Antonio Graham. Antonio Graham has a double on the day, a walk. Also,
On at first, and up is Antonio Graham. Graham has
But it looks like they're going to bring in a pinch runner to run for first base, who represents the go-ahead run at first.
Miles Shelton now talking with the home plate umpire, who makes a note. Antonio Graham still at the plate. I think that it may be the batting situation after this is Trey Cates, actually the third batter, Trey Cates. As there goes the
runner goes. Jack Edwards throw down, and he's
And he
out.
got
Caught running Jack Edwards with a beautiful throw, and that's just what you want.
They were practicing that before the inning started, so they were probably expecting some type of speed to come up there. They threw 2 or 3 of them out there, and they were able to get it perfect on that type of play.
What a beautiful throw by Jack Edwards. That's just textbook from a catcher. I could watch that all day. 1 out, 0 on now. That pitch is going to be a ball.
1 ball and 1 strike.
1-1 count.
Antonio Graham.
Antonio Graham.
That's one.
Swung on, 1-2.
Inside. So Graham now hitting on the terms of Thomason.
Oh, yeah, no, that's what I said yesterday. We stopped by to see what all we needed up here, and I was like,
Wine.
Pitch from Thomason. Fouled. Staying alive is Graham. 1-2 count still.
Stays 1-2.
Thomason with the pitch.
Thomason.
Low and away, 2-2.
A lot of pitches so far is trying to get him to chase on the outside. That ball that just went just past the screen, I think, is another good example of that. They're trying to get him to chase more on the outside than they are on the inside, which means he could be some damage on the inside part of the plate.
Swing and a miss. Strikeout number 1 for Alex Thomason. Out number 2 at the bottom of the 6th inning.
Second batter that he faces.
As we talk about runners on base, that stolen base is really critical because you bring in, as it looks like the hitter slams his helmet down right before. He's definitely mad about missing that pitch. One of the things is you don't have that go-ahead runner on the plate.
Smith facing Thomason for the first time.
Alex Thomason gets the pitch. That's going to be pop-up to Wyatt Vincent, and that's getting in the inning. Bottom of the 6th ends with 0 runs. We're heading to the top of the 7th. Last inning that we're supposed to have, but we might head to extras after this. 5-5, top of the 7th inning. Due up for the Eagles. Grant, Oath, and Eagleburger. It's going to be a good one. Let's go, gentlemen. Jack Edwards up to the bat. I said Grant, but it was Edwards leading off.
Outside. Edwards reached on an error.
Jack Edwards.
Also grounded out to third and has struck out.
He had the first RBI of this game.
Warriors number 17.
5-5 score. Top of the 7th inning. Jack Edwards swinging, lifted, center field, caught by Graham.
Dribbling under it to make the catch for the William Chrisman Bears.
In walks Tanner Grant.
Graham.
Wilder RV said one.
Big TG.
Holy moly, whose is that?
Wilder RV.
Oh.
Up now
Tanner
is
Grant.
Grant.
Walks in. Jeremy Likes Jr. is still on the mound. He came in for Trey Cates after Trey Cates went 5 innings.
Junior, right-handed.
Swinging is Grant, but it's going to be fouled on the third base line.
Gearing off will be the next hitter.
Garagoff warming up.
Tanner Grant steps back into the batter's box.
Tanner Grant looking for the pitch from Likes. Likes gets set.
Lights,
Here's the pitch.
delivers.
Outside strike.
Curveball right there to Grant.
1-2 count here.
Likes
Pitch from Likes Jr.
the pitch.
Hits Tanner Grant. Tanner Grant will go to first base.
Well, they say walks will.
Runner on.
So will
1 out.
the batter.
1 runner on, 1 out, and in walks Garagoff. Garagoff, 3 strikeouts so far today. But this is his chance to get his first hit, and this will come up big.
Grant, I don't know if he's stinging a bit from being hit by that pitch, but if he's able to score for the Eagles, he'd feel no pain at all. Gary Goff is up 3 strikeouts and 3 plate appearances.
Oaf takes the pitch. It's me inside.
This is inside 1-0. Likes would absolutely love either a strikeout or a sharply hit ball at an infielder by Gary Goff.
Grant on first.
Likes taking
Grant goes outside swinging, and Grant's going to get there safely. Grant's going to steal a base on a hit and run attempt. 1-1 count. Tanner Grant on second base. Really surprising call there from Coach Hughes, considering Tanner Grant is definitely not one of the fastest players on the team.
Yeah, but you're trying to get that runner. It could have been a scenario where it was supposed to be a hit and run, but the pitch was so far outside that you still have to swing at that in terms of a hit and run situation because you're trying to get the runner on.
1-1, swung on and missed. 1-2 count now. Garagov, like I said, 3 strikeouts on the day so far, trying not to make it 4.
Off, back in the batter's box.
Another thing, too, if you don't swing at that, that just gives the catcher an ample opportunity to throw the ball to second base. It gives him a better look at it as opposed to swinging. So maybe he was a little bit smarter on that play.
Pitch from Likes outside, 2-2. Evens out the count. Tanner Grant on second. 1 out.
The batter, Mason Eagleberger, is on deck. Jeremy Likes. The pitch.
That hits Garagov. First and second, and in walks Mason Eagleberger. The DH, 2 strikeouts and a flyout, over 3 on the day.
With runners.
And in comes Josiah Jenkins to pinch run for Tanner Grant. Back-to-back hit by pitches from Jeremy Likes.
2 consecutive
1 out.
hit by
Runners on first and second. 5-5 ball game, top of the 7th.
Did not catch the number of that.
Logan Hughes coming out to talk to the home plate umpire for some roster changes.
Or was it a pinch run?
Eagleberger.
Number 1. And the runner at first base, and I appreciate the help with our friends from Nixa and from Logan Rogersville, Josiah Jenkins, a senior.
Mason Eagleberger up to bat.
Second base. The pitch from
Swing.
Lyons.
Lifted high.
Right up near the field.
Gonna go to the right field line. It's gonna drop fair.
In fair territory.
There goes runner, and he's going to be safe at third. Bases are loaded, and in walks Reese Sternberger. Reese Sternberger, the second baseman, the senior. He's 1 for 3 on the day.
But it believes that they called an infield fly rule earlier on the play, so the runners are going to be out. But the runners,
that way, taking throw.
I believe that the umpire at second base called an infield fly rule on that particular play before it was out. That's going to cause a huge protest. He called an infield fly rule before the ball came. The fielder tripped over first base. They're going to put the runners out.
They can move at their own rate.
Logan Hughes here to
And it
argue
does-
with the umpire. Runners are not moving. They're listening to what their coach says. They're not moving from that bag, no matter what that umpire says. Logan Hughes talking to the umpire. That's going to be out on an infield fly rule. So there's 2 outs. Runners on either first and second or second, third. We're not sure what the rule is. I'm pretty sure the rule is infield fly.
The
but
runners have to go back. Well,
but once that ball lands, they can do whatever they want. They can go. They can go if they want. It's like a tag situation. So we're umpires are talking it over here. We're going to see what the call is. Logan Hughes walks back to the. He walked back to the dugout calmly as Coach Nimmo talks to the umpires for him.
This is about the 4th or 5th time where the first base, second base umpire has caused something sort of controversial in this game from not being able to either.
And runners are going to stay. Runners are going to stay at second and third. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there.
Reminds me of in 2012 when the first National League wildcard game was a thing, and the Cardinals and the Braves were in a wildcard game. And in Atlanta, they called an infield fly rule on Pete Cosma, which was on the third base side. It wasn't necessarily an infield fly rule like that. The ball landed right directly under the first base. But it's a situation there almost similar where, yes, as you mentioned, Hughes does not like that play. But he had called it well before, so the runners just didn't understand that. But the fact that the ball dropped, they were able to advance the runners, and smart on them for running on that particular play.
2 outs, runner on second and third, Reese Sternberger. Tie game, 5-5.
from Black.
Pitch swung on by Reese Sternberger, 0-2 count.
I think that
Sternberger
Sternberger may have whipped at one that was inside.
needs a hit badly here.
Has him down at
Josiah
the
Jenkins on third, one of the fast kids on the team,
If you're like,
followed by
they can go fishing for
Oaf at second.
Just bring it down the middle.
High ball, 1-2. On deck, Broden Mabe, he's 2 for 2 on the day. He had a walk, so that doesn't count as an at-bat.
With that,
Runners on second and third, 1-2 count. Reese Sternberger up to bat, likes with the pitch.
from Flags.
Low.
From the catcher.
Josiah Jenkins thinks about going, but he stayed in front of the catcher, so he's going to stay. 2-2 count now. And
With the catcher, Cooper Hudson.
there's trouble brewing here in Logan Rogersville.
No way he could have made it unless Hudson.
2-2 count. Runners on second and third. Likes Jr. with the pitch. Sternberger swings, fouled, out of the play.
On the right field line.
2-2 still.
2 balls, 2 strikes. The count remains. First base is open. Jeremy Likes Jr. Hit the runner on at third. The delivery.
Pitch. Sternberger gets contact, and it's going to drop.
And it dropped.
Josiah Jenkins scores. Grounding is off, and that's 2-runner score. Reese Sternberger with a double, 2 RBI double, and Nixa has a 7-5 lead. Beautiful piece of hitting by Reese Sternberger there.
Gives the Eagles their
Put to the right field, 2-runner score. Reese Sternberger
2-run
gets
for Reese Sternberger.
a double, his second hit of the day. He's 2 for 2 now. In walks
And they are now up
Broden Mabe.
7-5.
Broden Mabe, single, double, walk.
So they call time here. One of those things, Goldner's played a really great defensive game, but that was just a flat-out error on him. Instead of moving behind him, the sun is kind of in his eyes here. And it looks like another hat flew off the field as it flies all the way. I'm not totally sure what's going on. Yep.
Boys are gonna have to clean it up.
One of the big things there is instead of going back, he moves forward. Whenever you do that, it loses your momentum. You can't track as far. He takes 3 or 4 steps ahead of him before he realizes, oh no, wait a minute, that ball's going behind me. And then by the time he's able to readjust to where his running path is, it was probably too late. The ball had already hit the ground, it had bounced off the wall, and he was able to get into second base with a 2-run double.
That ball swung on and hit by Broden Mabe. It's going to be lifted. Shallow outfield. It's going to drop. And another run to the score. Reese Sternberger's going to come in. Broden Mabe's going to get an RBI single on a blooper between the first baseman and the right fielder.
And another hat just flew, and now that one falls into the bullpen. So now they're going to call even more time.
8-5.
8-5 is the score now. And this is all Nixa Eagles ever since that last inning. Eagles came in clutch hitting last inning and took over this game. Now it's 8-5. 5 unanswered runs. Actually, no, 7 unanswered runs. It was 5-1 at one point. Now it's 8-5. 7 unanswered runs from the Nixa Eagles team. And in walks Wyatt Vincent.
Goldner had to go outside.
The wind, as we were mentioning throughout the game, is playing a big factor in this. We've had 2 potential plays that really could change the trajectory of the game. I mean, a runner at first and second with 1 out is a lot different than second and third with 1 out. And on that play, bring in that runner from second base, even though he was able to run, he was able to locate and say, hey, there's no way they're going to get there. That's a hole. I'm going to exploit that. He starts running even before the ball's dropped and is able to score on a play like that where most of the time, 99% of the time, that ball's caught without this crazy wind.
It's a tied ball game.
2 pitches have gone to Vincent. One's a ball, one's a strike, 1-1. So, Eagles have scored 7 unanswered runs from 1 out in the 6 innings. They've scored 7 runs and 5 outs so far. 4 outs so far, but one more out in this inning will make 5 outs. But extraordinary piece of clutch hitting from this Nixa Eagles team. This just shows the fight this Eagles team has. 8-5, 1-1
And the
count.
pitcher's cap flies off, but he doesn't necessarily care.
Wyatt Vincent, 2-1 count now. We're going to get time call for the hat. I don't Are they counting that pitch, I'm guessing?
Yeah, it looked like they did count it, and while there was nobody that called time on that play, the pitcher didn't really react.
He was probably scared, because I'm pretty sure he was going to think, so if he would have stopped, they probably would have called a balk on him, so he just had to go through with it anyways, no matter had or no.
Balls and a strike.
As we mentioned, this wind is completely heavy, and really, really heavy. We'll show you the third base line in a second, as soon as this inning's over. Runner goes, and they're going to let him go, and Vince is going to walk. As Michelle's coming up to bat, we're going to show you this
Gets on board with a
left
walk.
third base. Look at all the leaves on the third base line. The wind is brutal.
Junior.
Riley Michelle comes into bat. He's a double, single, sac fly, and a walk.
One thing, the Eagles still look aggressive on the Bates pass. Obviously, with a 3-run lead, you're feeling confident in yourself. But they're still showing the aggression that they were showing during this comeback, which I think is a very important part of how to make a comeback.
Michelle.
1-1 count. Riley Michelle up to bat. Jeremy Likes with the pitch here. That ball swung on, lifted high, deep left field. Left fielder's coming in. It's going to get caught. And that's going to get him out of the inning, but not without 3 runs from this Nixa team. Heading to the bottom of the 7th. 3 outs away from winning this game. 8-5 lead. We'll step aside. We'll be right back. And we're back heading into the bottom of the 7th inning, and in comes Brayton Tangora. This Nixa Eagles closer. He is great pitcher and hoping to put this game away for this Nixa Eagles team. Nixa found themselves down 5-1 with 1 out in the 6th inning, and going into the bottom 7th, they're up 8-5. So 7 unanswered runs, all within the span of 5 outs. And in walks number 16, I believe. It is 15, yes. Trey Cates. He was on the mound earlier, but he's going to continue hitting. Pitcher hitting 3 slot is not a common occurrence, but Tangora with the first pitch. That one's to be swung on over Caden Cloud's head. What a great effort there, but just tips off the front of his glove. Vincent throws it in. It's going to be his first pitch single for Trey Cates. In walks Cooper Hudson.
Still going to need one more runner for it to really, truly matter here in the bottom of the 7th inning, but able to get on base in the leadoff single, that is a very important play and might shake a pitcher's confidence here if he's able to get another runner on base that would represent the tying runner at the plate.
Cooper Hudson walks in. Trey Cates on first. Tango looks at him, but gives him the pitch. That ball swung on, fouled, third base line, 0-1 count. 0-1 count. Kate's at first. Tango with the pitch.
The pitch. A lot off. Velocity on.
Outside 1-1.
The count evens at a ball and a strike.
One count.
Motion before he pitches.
Pitch is swung on. Caden Cloud, 6-4-3. Double play, 2 outs. No on, 1 out away from ending this game. Cloud to Dernberger to Grant. 6-4-3 double play. Clears the bases. And their last hope is Leo Henderson. Home run earlier in this game. Looking to do something similar here.
Leo Henderson is
Brayton Tangora
1 for 2. He also
on the
has
mound.
his hit
First pitch to Henderson. Swung on.
He hits it high and it's dropped.
Blooper to center field. Vincent takes it. It's going to be a single. And now in walks Jackson Dillard.
Their hearts are still beating right.
Leo Henderson keeps the dream of winning this game alive.
That for William Chrisman, the Bears' 8th hit of this game. And Jackson Dillard steps up.
Jackson Dillard.
He singled in the first.
Game hopes on his shoulders. Brayton Ortega checks back. Tangora, not Ortega. Tangora checks back to first base. But the runners need to get back safely. Two out, 1 on. 3-run lead, strike 1, swinging, 1-1 count.
Grounds home.
1-1, runner on first, 2 outs. Nixa leads by 3. Pitch is swung on, foul back, 1-2, and Nixa's 1 strike away from winning this game, in which they were down 4 runs with only 5 outs to go.
Bottom of the 7th, tied, and the Eagles struck for 3.
That pitch is swung on, strikeout looking. Brayton Ortega gets his first strikeout of the game, and that's the last strikeout of the game for either team. Nixa takes the win 8-5. Beautiful comeback from the Nixa Eagles in a great game from both teams. Eagles pitchers combined for 11 strikeouts.
5-1
Bears combined for 10. So Eli saw ourselves down 5-1 with 5 outs remaining. What did this Nixa Eagles team do to fight back into this one?
Well, as we were mentioning throughout the rest of this game, even in the early innings, it was the contact that was allowing the Eagles to try to just keep themselves in this game. There wasn't any huge hits, there wasn't a home run, there wasn't anything that really made you think, oh yeah, that's going to be a big thing early. But it was a lot of the small things. Balls down the middle, down on the rough side, deep fly balls. It was enough, and even with some help from the wind, they were able to make this comeback possible.
Don't go anywhere, anybody. We have another game coming right up. It's a Summit Christian Academy versus your Nixa Eagles. We're going to step aside while we wait for this game to begin. We'll be right back, everyone. Swung on. Grounder to Colin Usry. Colin Usry fields it cleanly. That's an easy 2 outs for the Nixa Eagles. 2 batters, 2 ground outs. And up walks Carter Jeffrey. Jeffries. Here's the pitch from Adams. High, ball 1.
Yeah, and that'll be ball 3. Blue Eagles were here for a while. They were standing over by the dugout by the Eagles for quite some time. They got here around 5 o'clock today. As that one's a ground ball to the second baseman, and he'll kick and fire. The ball goes off the first baseman's glove, and the Eagles will get a runner on base here in the first inning. That probably will go down as an error, but because of his speed, he might have been able to get there in time.
High school. If we're playing college ball, like college, I expect that to be made. But like high school, he had to go 30 feet.
Scorers are giving him a base hit, and we're going to have a pitcher's, like a mound visit here. He's getting him really close up to his face, trying to tell him. I'm not totally sure what's going on here, but we got a couple kids running around, either playing tag or something, doing something, but coach doesn't look too happy. He kind of trots off the field. Catchers all go back. They all go back to their positions. Yep, maybe on first here with 2 outs for the Eagles, trying to rally here after 2 great defensive plays by their shortstop. And that was going to be strike 1. Eagles didn't change much about their lineup. They did move off down to the latter part of the lineup here. He'll bat 8th today, calling us 3 batting 9th, so they just kind of kept the lineup the same, as there's going to be a pitch out, but it's a strike. Trying to catch the runner off guard on first, and now there's 2 strikes here. Dude. Sternberger. And the 0-2. Swung on, and that's going to drop in for a base hit down the third base line. They're going to keep all the runners. They'll keep the chain moving here, and with 2 outs, the Eagles have runners on first and second base. Here comes Garrick Oaf to the plate. Oaf had a pretty good game. He went 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts to begin the night, but was able to start the rally in the 6th and 7th innings, as they're going to take out their pitcher here in the 2nd inning. I have to wonder what was going on early. They bring in their first baseman to now be the pitcher. Not totally sure what kind of circumstances that would have led to, but the first baseman will come in and play pitcher here, as he's going to get a few warm-up tosses. I wonder if that was something to do, either an injury or something that could potentially, he's not coming out there, so they're bringing somebody else to play first base. And it'll be number 22, Jack Boehm. Not much on him, but he looks like he's pretty much, he's throwing the ball pretty fast, so he's probably got a good flamethrower. He can probably use his changeup pretty well, and as we'd assume, or at least like to hope, he's going to be a little bit rusty coming in. Again, no warm-ups. They're just going to give him a few tosses. But interesting, as they're going to break up the meeting between the manager and the umpire. The manager kind of trots back. Curious to find out what happened to their starting pitcher after an inning and 2/3, which he was giving up lots of those 2 outs that he was able to get, just diving plays by the second baseman. But it was one of those situations where either they're worried about contact, because the Eagles are very, very good at proving contact. They pick their spots. And if the manager was seeing something that maybe we didn't see, or just necessarily of the fact that he gave up 4 really, really solid hits that were able to bring these runners in, as before a pitch is even thrown, the catcher will go up to his new pitcher, Boehm, at least talk a little chit-chat, and then the catcher will walk right back. But yeah, as we mentioned, Garrick was 0 for 3 to start the night, but then was able to get 2 critical plays, including the go-ahead double in the 7th inning of the first game against the Bears. That game ended in 8-5 Eagles victory, as that pitch is outside on the inside corner. And it'll be a 1-out count. Hefty leads both ways. That one will be pretty much the exact same pitch as last time, a little bit high on the inside portion of the plate towards the third baseman. They have hefty leads here with 2 outs. Obviously, they're running on anything, but we'll kind of see the third baseman's kind of pulled in on the left side, but a little bit decent enough to where if they need to, he can get that out at third. And that one will be a strike on the outside corner. Bowen looking to try to connect with his catcher here already in this game. Probably wasn't expected to be brought in as a pitcher this early, unless that was a part of the plan to try to throw the Eagles off guard, depending on how they've fixed their lineup. And the 2-1. Outside, and that'll be a ball 3. Obviously, Garrett can get on base in any way. You know, struggled with the 3 strikeouts to begin the night. The big hitters for the Eagles struggled early. They were down 5-1, but were able to score 7 unanswered to put themselves in a nice 8-5 cushion when it was all said and done. And the 3-1 is swung on, and that one's going to be a foul ball down the third baseline. Runners were going. It looked pretty good, but just hangered a little bit foul, probably about 10 feet back from the fair ball line. About midway from the fence to third base. So they're going to throw that one back to the catcher, and they're going to send a new ball to the mound. They already got somebody warming up here in the Eagles bullpen. No word yet on who that is, but we'll get that information to you as soon as we can. And the 2-2, runners are going, and it'll be a balk on the pitcher, and that'll advance the runners regardless, and so it'll be a 3-1 count. Trying to focus too much on the runners. The runners, you know the runners are going to go on that type of play. But here we go. And looks into his catcher, gets the sign. He kicks and fires. Ball 4, and the bases are going to be loaded for Colin Ussery, the number 9 hitter. He's got speed. He was the leadoff hitter in the last game. Ussery just has this, I have a feeling that Ussery's trying to just get something going here as they're going to take Garrick out for a pinch runner.
Josiah Jenkins.
Josiah Jenkins will come into the game. And obviously, Colin Ussery being able to bat in the 1 spot, the 9 hole, being able to bat anywhere, it's really important for him to utilize those types of skills. Obviously, Logan Hughes is hoping to influence that as his senior year gets ready to go. That one's on the inside, and it'll be a balk again, and that's going to score the first run for the Eagles. An unusual way to score the first runner here in the second inning, but that'll advance runners to second and third, and within 1 pitch, and now the manager comes out. He's throwing his arms up. He's not too happy. Now he's got his arms crossed, but the umpire doesn't seem to be paying attention to him. And now the Eagles will take a 1-0 lead on an unusual balk call with the bases loaded. And the 1-0 to Ussery is swung on and missed for strike 1. I have a feeling that Bowen cannot be too happy with 2 balks in the inning, which not that it would have mattered because of the first ball, which resulted in a walk, but that second one being proving costly here for him early, as that one's going to be outside for ball 2. And the Eagles can get runs any way they want. As we saw in the first game of the year against Verdegris, they were able to get runs via 5 errors in that game. And then in the first game, they were able to get the first inning going when they scored their first run in the game when the catcher couldn't catch the ball. They've definitely had luck on their sides, but they can definitely score runs even without it. And the 2-1 to Ussery it hits him, or a wild pitch. It didn't hit him, and now that'll score another run. They advance the ball to third. Wild pitch drops right in front of Ussery, but doesn't manage to hit him, and that'll score a run as the Eagles will take a 2-0 lead here on that pitch. Eagles also advance a runner to third base on the play, so they got a runner at third here with 2 outs. As the 2-out damage could have been a lot worse because of their second baseman's dramatic plays, but the 2-1 drops out of the catcher's glove, but it'll be a strike for strike 2. Their second baseman was able to make 2 spectacular diving plays back-to-back before they took out their starting pitcher, but since then it hasn't been much as this team's looking. And that pitch is going to be inside for 2. Wyatt Vincent is getting his second at-bat here in the first 2 innings as he grounded out his first time at the plate. And after the Eagles got their first 5 batters out, they've been able to put together a string of 4 consecutive hits. And that'll be swung on and missed. And it'll be a balk again. He balks before he throws the pitch, And the Eagles will take a 3-0 lead. And you got to think, and now they're doing their little chant. They take a 3-0 lead. I'm not totally sure. Most of these blocks don't seem that obscure, but we're looking at it right now, and looks like he did indeed block. And that one's going to be in. No, strike 3. An unusual call there. Cut just barely on the inside corner, and now they're all going to stand there. The manager's talking to his coach. They're kind of sitting there talking about what they can do, what he can do better at. 3 balks in the inning result in 3 Eagle runs. As we go to the bottom of the 2nd inning, the Eagles take a 3-0 lead.
And we are back. Bottom of the 2nd. Nixa got 3 runs off of 3 big errors. 3 balks, I should say. Elijah Adams back on the mound for the Eagles. He had a 1 strikeout on 2 walks last inning. And in walks Xander Zumwalt, right fielder for the Eagles. Swung on. Strike. A 1 count. High, ball 1. 1-1 count. Elijah Adams gets set. The pitch swung on, strike 3. Around the horn the ball goes, and that's strikeout number 2 for Elijah Adams. The sophomore in his first varsity start. Elijah Adams quick pitches to the next batter. That next batter would be Roe Rothwell, second baseman with 2 diving catches so far in this game. 2 very impressive catches. Really good fielder, we can tell so far. 1-0 count. Swung on, strike 1, 1-1. Next pitch, swung on, strike 2. Big swings taken by Roe Rothwell right now. He's swinging with authority. Next pitch. Oaf tries to frame it there, but it's me call a ball. 2-2 count. Swing and fouled back. Staying alive. It's Rothwell. Not wanting to go out yet. Pitch from Adams. That ball is hit, lifted. Center field. Vincent coming in. And he gets it out. Wyatt Vincent coming in from center field, the Missouri State commit. Catching that ball. 2 down. Up comes Kai Flalot. Oh, Halot. Look like an F. Halot.
You need to work on your handwriting, Aiden.
Yeah, I know. Pitch from Adams. Swung on. Foul. Way out of play. Here's the pitch from Adams. Close one, but it's going to be called the ball. Swung on. That's going to... safe. Tanner Grant fell into the splits after that one. Great play by third baseman. I believe, if I'm correct, believe that would be... I don't know. I'm lost. Broden Mabe, yeah. I knew that. Broden Mabe. Came real close. Really impressive throw. Just didn't get there in time. Runner on first. Foul tip back, but caught by Oath. Either way, it's a strike, but...
Sometimes you're just trying to make a play to keep the ball in the infield, or at least give your chance to get the out there, and Mabe did a really nice job of trying to keep that ball in front of him and to make a good play.
Second pitch from Adams. Another strike. 0-2 count. Runner on first. 2 outs. 0-2 count. Adams with the dish. Swung on. Popped up. That's a drop. And Caden Cloud tries to do a little hidden ball trick. But runner on second wasn't going to fall for it.
The difficulty there was the fact that there was no one covering third base, so the left fielder had to come in and try to come in because they had all advanced into the center of the field. Interesting, they got the very, very front of the bat. You can kind of tell it didn't hit the outside. It was just kind of a check swing that kind of bounced up. But those kind of plays, when they go high up in the air and the wind's blowing fast and everything around it, it can kind of cause a lot of problems.
Restart of the lineup. Fisher Etheridge comes in. That ground ball is going to Colin Usry. Colin Usry going to play on it and goes right through his glove. And bases are going to be loaded off an Eagle error.
Just trying to keep the ball in your glove. You make the transition before it's successful in your glove. That's a big issue with a lot of second basemen nowadays. As we look into high school, your learning experiences, the things you can tell, and that's something they tell you from third grade.
Don't answer the phone before it rings.
Exactly.
Adams gets set, bases loaded, 2 outs. Swung on. That's a big foul ball. Hopefully.
That looked like a fair ball.
That looked foul to
now
me.
They're going to call it foul.
Foul ball. That looked. I thought it was foul.
That was close. That was. It almost. It looked like it was going to. It probably. The rule is the ball's got to.
Yeah.
Go
Stay
past,
in. Yeah.
Past the third baseline. That might have been only a few feet foul. But the runners were running as if it was a fair ball.
1-1 count. That ball was close, but they're going to call it a ball. Adams looks for the sign. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Inning should be over right now, but due to an error, bases loaded right now. Adams with the pitch. He went, so to be foul ball. Did that hit him or did it hit his bat?
I believe it hit his bat. It was more on the inside. It was more of a safety squeeze kind of play. I believe it hit the top part of the cork right in front of his hands.
2 strikes here. Adams trying to get out of this bases loaded jam. Here's the pitch. Ball got some movement, but just did not get in the strike zone. Adams gets a sign. Here's the stride. Foul back, staying alive.
Watch out, kid.
Isaac Drewsdale at the plate right now.
It's probably about a 7 or 8 year old who's running around getting all the foul balls for everybody. Logan Rogersville doesn't want any foul balls in their new construction zone, so they're sending the kids out. He's wearing a Flash t-shirt. And after grabbing the first one, he has to run back and go get the second one there.
Time called by the batter due to Elijah Adams taking too long to get the pitch. He kind of just sat there looking at the batter.
He found it. He throws his arms up in the air. His parents are looking at him pretty proud.
Here comes Adams. Pitch is swung on, lifted high. Infield, it should be an infield fly, but caught anyways. Tanner Grant goes under and gets the catch. No run scored by Summit Christian Academy. 3-0 Nixa leads. We're going to step aside, head into the top of the third. And we're back for the top of the third. For the top of the lineup, Wyatt Vincent leading off here, the 1 hole. Ground out his last appearance. Trying to get something going here. 3-0, Nixa lead off of 3 box in inning number 2. Here's the pitch. And that hits Vincent, first pitch, and he's going to go ahead and take his time going to first base. Jack Bowen. And in walks Rylan Michelle. He flew out his last time here. Vincent with the lead off. Bowen checks back. Gets set. Here's a strike. Swung on Rylan Michelle. That ball was a heater.
Oh, and they threw back, but he's not in time.
Zuwalt tried to get Vincent sleeping, but Vincent gets back in time. It's really close. Good throw.
At Vincent's speed, he looks like he's going to run here, at least on one of these. The second shortstop don't seem like all that interested in it.
Batter swings, Rylan Michelle. It's 0-2 count now.
The struggle is if Michelle's going to swing those types of pitches outside of the zone, you can't really get a good feel as to what Usry's going to do, or Vincent is going to do on the base.
I think Vincent's teasing him right now. Teasing the catcher. Vincent thinks about it. You see were you watching? He did the little what do you call it? Jab step.
Jackie Robinson famously used to do something with his arms where he would like flingle his fingers out and just kind of stand there and like shake around, try to imitate the pitcher a little bit.
And pitcher steps off and Vincent slides back.
I have a feeling after all this, he's just going to decide not to run, but it's got to be a good pitch from Michelle to hit.
0-2 count.
He's running
and there goes Vincent. Ball's in the dirt. Vincent can get there easily.
It was bound to happen at some point. You know, you look at it. I mean, I just said that he wasn't going to run, and there he goes running. What was weird about that is the pitcher's throwing him on the inside, on the outside, keeping the hitter contained. And at that point, I feel like you're just focused on the pitcher, or on the hitter, sorry. as a pitcher, you're just focused on what's in front of you, not necessarily what's behind you.
There's the pitch outside. Now we got a 3-2 count. 0-2 to 3-2. What were you saying? Sorry.
No, it's one of those things where this pitcher, as we were talking about earlier, the 3 balks that resulted in 2 of the Eagles' runs, and then
There's the pitch, and he's going to foul it off.
but this pitcher's a bit shaken right now, so if you can get him off his game and try to figure out ways to play more of a mind game than an actual baseball game, then that plays a lot of big things here, because as we were mentioning earlier, this team got here at 5 o'clock today. Their first game didn't get over for a while. They were sitting here for an hour and a half waiting for the game to start. When you don't have that much, especially when you're sitting on a bus, the Eagles come in here ready to go, ready to warm up, and I don't think 15 minutes of warm-ups are really all that they needed.
Ball 4. Vincent goes to third. We got runners in the corners, no outs, and in comes Caden Cloud. He struck out his last time.
After putting himself in an 0-2 hole, he was able to kind of get out of it, able to be very, very careful on what type of pitches he swung at after he swung at 2 pitches outside of the zone. I think you're going to see Cloud here not swing at a whole lot of pitches. I don't think he's going to swing at the first pitch because this pitcher has shown the fact that maybe he isn't ready to throw strikes, or at least at a consistent basis.
Runners on the corners. Vincent at third. Michelle at first. Here's the pitch from Bowen. High. Catcher looks back to both his runners.
They had somebody warming up there, but it looks like Southern Baptist is going to decide not to send somebody out there.
Yeah, this Summit Christian team has had to look out there from Lee Summit. That's a long drive here. It's a long drive to Rogersville from their school. High. Drives about 2 hours and 37 minutes. So, fun little bus ride.
Whereas Nixa was a good, 35 minutes-ish?
Yeah.
It wasn't that bad for us, but just another thing, like you were saying, sitting here, standing there for a little bit, not really doing a whole lot, that can kind of throw teams off their game.
I mean, this is a neutral site, but this is kind of like a home game for Nixa. Because riding on a bus for more than 45 minutes, it feels horrible. It doesn't matter if it's a neutral site anyway. It just does not. It just messes with you.
You get the adrenaline pumping, you get all these different things. And the other thing, too, as this team plays, they probably don't play on a turf as much often.
There's a pitch strike.
Nixa plays on dirt. A lot of teams around here do. Logan Rogersville, this stadium this field just got completed yesterday. This is a brand new state-of-the-art facility here in Springfield, and I think it's a really important thing for the community. And you look at it, these guys haven't been playing much on turf.
Pitch behind his head, and base is going to be juiced with 0 outs. And here comes big Jack Edwards, cleanup hitter. This is what cleanup hitters are for. Bases loaded, 1, 2, 3 got on. Now let's see what 4 can do.
And it looks like, as the manager comes walking back, he's going to toss the ball over to the umpire. And either they're going to take him out or they're going to kind of just stall it out. They don't have anybody warming up in the bullpen. They're going to actually take the ball from him. And that ends Bohm's day as the pitcher. They're going to bring in, I believe that's number 31. Number 31 for this team. So look at the lineup card here. That would be... Radford Orrin,
Orrin Radford, yeah.
on Radford. First and last name. There we go. My apologies, but he's going to come in to pitch here, it looks like.
Wait, no. Orrin Radford's on our team. That's their team.
That's unfortunate.
31, Andrew Steiner.
Andrew Steiner will come in to pitch. Sorry about that.
I thought Orrin was coming in to...
Outfielders congregate. The infield kind of pays attention and watches.
It's the bus they took here. A small charter bus.
Yeah, when you're crammed in a bus, I mean, the school bus...
Via Jordan Burns.
The 2 school buses that Nixa took are just ordinary school buses, but...
And as Burns mentioned, I was going to mention this too, but I kind of slipped my mind. We have a long trip to Kansas City tomorrow. We're taking charters tomorrow. It's going to be nice, though. charters all the way to Kansas City, taking on Rockhurst. And I forgot the other team. Slipped my mind. Anyways, here comes Jack Edwards. Bases juice, 0 outs. This is a big moment. Wind starts to blow harder. Jack Edwards swings, fouls it back, and everyone in the press box live just flash before their eyes.
Looks like Jack Edwards has a little bit of a walk-up song. Some kids down in the back were singing the Baby Shark song. It was famous a few years ago during the World Series when the Nationals won, and Erasmus Ramirez's walk-up was Baby Shark.
Swung on by Jack Edwards. That's going to be fouled again. Way foul. Long foul.
That one's going to the cows and the horses in the field, it looks like. We got some harvest going on the far right side of our field. Looks like they use the back here for hay bales and whatever they can do here in Logan Rogersville.
Bases juiced, 0-2 count, Jack Edwards. That one's going to be inside. It's going to be 1-2 now. Vincent on third, Michelle on second, Cloud on first. So pretty much first hole is at third, second hole is at second, third hole is at first, fourth hole hoping to do something here. He hits that one. It's going to be foul again.
Timing is just a bit off. If he was able to get these perfect timing, it's sometimes hard to do. But just a little tad late, which allows that ball to kind of travel a little bit more towards the right side. As the Eagles are looking to tack on some more runs here in the third.
Swung on, strike 3. That's the first out of the inning. And in walks Tanner Grant. This will be Jack Bowen's second strikeout.
What's going on in the concessions?
Was Cloud walked? Yes, he was. Wait, it's not Bowen anymore. Yeah, it's not Bowen anymore.
And hits
that
him.
hits, and that's when they're going to walk in a run. And in comes Vincent for the 4th run of the game.
So a lot of the little things here for the Eagles so far, they haven't had a true RBI chance. You had 2 walks that resulted in runs, a wild pitch that resulted in something. It looks like they're going as Hughes comes out to talk to somebody. As the umpires kind of converse. And now Logan Hughes comes back, the head coach. The Eagles are up 4-0 here. Base is still loaded as they get a chance to even add on to more runs, but two balks, a hit by pitch, and a wild pitch have resulted in the runs so far for the Eagles.
Swung on by Mabe. We strike 1 as the chants come from the Nixa dugout. Bases loaded, 1 out. Broden Mabe, he's had an incredible day both games. Single this game, he had a double, single, a walk in the other one. I don't think he got out in the other one. Incredible piece of hitting. He went from the 8 hole to the 6 hole this game. Here's a pitch from Steiner. High. Ball 2, 2-1.
The courier's out there doing it. Does he show you how to do that?
2-1. Bases loaded. Michelle at third. Cloud at second. And Big Tanner Grant at first. Swung on by Broden Mabe. Staying alive. 2-2 count.
So they sent out a little bit of an older kid to get the ball in the grass over there. Guess they don't trust the 7-year-old flash wearing t-shirt kid to go out there and maybe get a few ticks or something. That wouldn't be fun.
Ball 3. Full count. Full count, bases loaded. This is what everyone dreams of. I mean, only if it was the bottom 9th game series, World 7. Down by 3. That's what everyone dreams of, you know. Bases loaded. Full count. Swung on Broden Mabe. Double.
There was a game on Sunday Night Baseball in 2019 in which David Bodie, the Chicago Cubs, hit a walk-off grand slam when the Cubs were down by 3 runs. Max Scherzer was the starting pitcher for the Nationals, but Daniel Hudson closed that game out.
And they're going to walk in another run. In comes Michelle. And up to bat is now Reese Sternberger. Really piece of clutch hitting. He got in those 2 statement runs that gave him the lead at the end of that game, put him up 7-5. And just a great piece of hitting for them in that game. Now he comes in. He had a single his last time up.
Bodie became the first player in the modern era to have that situation happen to him his rookie season, as there's a wild pitch.
Wild pitch, and in
that's going to
comes
result in a
Cloud.
run. The catcher did not realize that, and he might have had a play. Steiner looks very unhappy, shaking his head. He looks at his manager. His manager just kind of waves him off, saying, don't blame the catcher there. But the catcher just didn't see the ball. He thought it was in his glove, wasn't paying attention. Catcher slams his glove down. They're both visibly frustrated. But they'll take a 6-0 lead here early. And
Pitch from
just
Steiner.
so Jordan Burns knows, I am not a Cubs fan. I just remember that because Max Scherzer was on my fantasy team, and if he got the win, that'd be 30 points. And it was Sunday night, which is the last day of our games. And I was really hoping Scherzer would get the win, but Daniel Hudson just had to do that to me. And I was sitting in my bed listening to the game on the radio, and that was not very fun.
Sternberger fouled off the last pitch. This one's going to go foul, but whether it get caught, it will be caught. But tagging, and Grant tags up. So we got a runner on third, 2 outs. Reese Sternberger gets the RBI.
Thank you, ladies.
Of course. I also want to see that. Do you know what inning?
Third? What inning? Third?
And in walks Garrig Oaf. He walked his last time up.
Was she working?
So 0 for 0 on the day technically. Runner on third. Outside corner, strike 1.
I keep forgetting I can lock that door, so I'm just going to bring the speaker around and put it in here. And then I'll take.
One of the big things so far I'm noticing is, umpire's been more lenient on those outside pitches than he has in the inside.
You see that right there, yeah.
That was an inside pitch that could have been called a strike, but he elects to call a ball. So if you're looking at that strike zone, it's a little bit distorted towards that outside part of the zone for any hitter, but it's definitely...
Next pitch, swung on, lifted Garrig Oaf. That's going to drop, and in comes Broden Mabe. Oaf rounds first, but he's going to stay there. It's going to be a RBI single for Garrig Oaf. In comes Josiah Jenkins to pinch run here for the catcher so he can get his gear on. And now Colin Usry. Colin Usry strikeout his last time up. Pretty sure he had the bases loaded in his last at bat too.
I believe, have we batted around? Is this the 9th batter of the inning?
Yes. If we get back to Vincent, we'll bat around the whole inning. That's a whoa. Ooh. That was really inside, and like we said, he hasn't been really leanful on the inside pitches, but he was that time. 0-1 count.
I guess he was hearing us. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I wasn't complaining before. Runner goes, fouled back. So Josiah Jenkins is going to have to find himself back to first base.
Do they run out of baseballs or something? They're umpire, unless the manager for
He was just gave him one more good.
the Blue Eagles was doing something. It's like there's a kid walking around on the fence. That's probably pretty dangerous when he gets off. There's not a whole lot of seating here. They've bought the new construction, so they have a few bleachers, but not a whole lot.
Usry fouls that one. So 2 strikes right now, 0-2. Josiah Jenkins on first base. 5 runs have crossed this inning. As Nate Cummings comes on the field giving balls, and the whole crowd goes wild. Everyone loves Nate Cummings here. National treasure. So 8-0's the score here.
And if they score 2 more runs before the 5th inning, we will have a mercy rule, which means your Eagles will be able to get out of here a little bit quicker so that they can rest up and early for the Lee Summit game tomorrow.
Jenkins running. So Usry's got to beat this one out, and he won't. Great throw by shortstop Etheridge. And we're going to head to the bottom of the 3rd inning. Eagles get 5 across, top of the 3rd. 8-0's your score. We'll be right back. First pitch by Elijah Adams goes right back towards him, but he's not going to be able to take it. It's going to be a single, first pitch single for Carter Jeffries. I think that was him.
I believe so.
Yes, Carter Jeffries.
Haven't seen very many lefties today, but
In walks Brooks Zumwalt. Outside corner strike. Garagov kind of been struggling to get the ball back to the pitcher, but
yeah, the wind's died down. There hasn't been any difficulties with rain or anything.
checks back at 1, and he's going to be safe.
Keeping the runner honest, at least from what you're going for there, it's a very difficult situation here. I mean, you're down 8 runs, so you do not want to get picked off, and that ball's going to go past him.
Ball's going to go past Garagov, and Jeffries is going to advance to second with ease. There you go for Parkview transfer. His first year in a Nixa jersey. Sophomore.
And I just heard the worst thing to hear at a baseball game.
Junior, my apologies. Garagov is a junior. Swung on. Colin Ussery. Actually, Tanner Grant's going to take it, and Elijah Adams going to cover first, but they're going to advance to third with 1 out.
I just heard a little girl say that she hates baseball. I don't know what's going on, but her parents need to teach her right, sounds like.
Teach her right?
Yeah, baseball's awesome, man.
I thought she said she hated baseball.
Yeah, she said she hated baseball. We gotta convert her back to baseball fandom. I don't know. How do you think we do that here?
Caden DeLapp up. Pitch from Adams. Outside corner, must be called a ball.
Although, to be fair, she's probably been sitting here since 3 o'clock, which for a 7-year-old girl might be a bit too long to sit and wait patiently for your older brother to finish his game up.
Fouled back.
Ooh, and that one hit a water bottle. That was a
Couple inches over, and it hit his foot. He was resting his foot on the net.
Definitely keeps his foot down now.
Caden DeLapp up. He struck out his last time up. And whew, that was close to hitting it. So, it's going to be 2-1 count now. Elijah Adams on the mound. He has 2 strikeouts. Time called by DeLapp.
This field does have an interesting dynamic. I mean, if you're looking at it, the light green and the dark green lines are uneven throughout the field. So there's different parts where you can get one of each or both or whatever, but it's an interesting little thing that they put in place here.
I like the logo at center field. That's sick. I don't know if you can see it, but the Logan Rogersville logo is straight center field.
And this field, it feels a lot more deeper than Eagle Stadium does. It feels a lot.
Yeah, wait. I don't know. Pretty shallow left.
That's a strike.
Strike 2. Now we got a 3-2 count here. Money ball. Elijah Adams trying to hand Caden DeLapp his second strikeout of the game.
But imagine how cool it would be if we could plaster a big old Eagles logo right in dead center.
Time called by DeLapp. 3-2 count still. Elijah Adams, sophomore, his first varsity start. He has 2 strikeouts right now. 0 earned runs. Gets set. Here's the pitch. Fouled back, staying alive. 3-2 count. We're going to do it again. Hoodies, blankets starting to come out now. Really cold. Really chilly now. That wind felt good earlier, but now it's getting colder. Adams gets set. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Strikeout number 3 for Elijah Adams. Runner on third. 2 outs. Up walks Xander Zumwalt.
Yeah, temperatures dropped about 6 or 7 degrees in the past 30 minutes. It went from being in the 70s to now 67 degrees. It's expected to get as low as 52 tonight, so if this game lasts any longer, it might be a chilly bus ride home for the Blue Eagles.
Outside, ball 1. 1-0 count. Runner on third. 2 outs. Xander Zumwalt. Inside pitch. 2-0.
One thing I'm looking out for, they don't seem too aggressive with that runner on third. I mean, they're down 8 runs here, but, you know, they probably need to be a little bit more.
Inside 3-0.
It almost seems like he's trying to avoid the hitter at the plate to get the hitter next in line. Well, that might make sense to have the force out in play. As he walks him there.
4-0, 4-pitch walk. And up walks Rothwell. Adams talking to the head coach Logan Hughes over there as we see some movement in the bullpen.
Looks like we got
Say 22.
31, 22.
Peyton Lemon warming up and foul tip, strike 1.
And that was the kind of pitch you want to see on the first pitch of an at-bat. He was able to kind of throw it in there as hard as he could, trying to get that first strike. As that one nearly hits him. The wind really picked up here, so you can probably hear over the broadcast. Lots movement. We haven't seen any hats fly off since the first inning when we saw 4 of them. As our screen falls out there for a second.
I promise you, we don't know how to control it. It just randomly goes into screen-saving mode.
And now
Runner
he's running.
goes, steps off, and he's going to be out by a mile. Don't know what he was doing there, and he's going to be out. Elijah gets the pick off.
And now he's hitting himself in the head. Very, very frustrated.
You have
Smacks his
2
helmet
runners
up.
on. You're down 8, and you do that. That just confuses me. He wasn't even close to going to pitch. I think they wanted a balk to be called. You should have seen Adams. He turned around like, what? What's going on? All right.
And now the manager comes out to talk to him. And now he's like, why? Why'd you send him? I don't know. And now the first base manager's kind of slumping.
Headed to the top of the 4th. Due up for the Eagles. It's going to be maybe. Oh, it's going to be top of the order again. Vincent, Michelle, Cloud. Nixa leads 8-0. We'll be right back. We're back. Top of the 4th, 8-0 Nixa lead. Top of the order, Wyatt Vincent up. Hit by pitch his last time up. And if I haven't mentioned, I think I didn't. 4th pitcher on for Summit Christian Academy, Garrett Davian. He's on the bump now, trying to just play with pride right now. Maybe getting back into this.
Yeah, you're just trying to give your inexperienced pitchers as much experience as possible going into what could be a pretty long stretch of games for the Blue Eagles. I think it'll be kind of, you watch teams throughout the season. The experience shows at the beginning of the year, but by the end of the year, you know, we've got a sophomore pitcher on the mound for us, and he's done a really nice job getting out of jams to get different things. And an 8-0 game, it doesn't necessarily matter as much, but it could matter when it comes into playing bigger games later in the year. So that's what these kind of games are a big focus on.
High ball. Another ball, and he's going to walk. Wyatt Vincent is 0 for 1 right now, but he's had 3 at-bats. I don't know why. Burns is calling me. Michelle up now.
And he's going to run.
There goes Vincent, and he's going to get to second safely. Ball rolls to the outfield, but
Try it, and he's hurt.
oh, Vincent is holding his shin.
Hughes immediately comes out.
This is not a good look.
Looked like he took an awkward slide, might have. And that doesn't look good. I mean, Vincent's laying there. The rest of the team comes moving out.
Wyatt Vincent, the Missouri State commit,
Everyone looks really concerned.
down holding his left shin. And we're gonna take a short break while we figure this out. And we're back. Wyatt Vincent's going to stay at second base bag. Kind of a
Surprising thing with him, 8-0 taking that sort of risk, but he seems all right. He kind of jumped around a little bit. Hughes gave him a little pat on the back. Even the second baseman showing his concern after that play. And here's the pitch, and that'll be an outside. For some of these types of games, when it's 8-0, you're looking at it. They've got it looked like 3 people kind of warming up in the bullpen for the Eagles. Nobody warming up for the Blue Eagles, but you know it'll be an interesting thing as that one's inside. That actually hits them, and that's going to put runners at first and second here.
And up walks Caden Cloud. Was Michelle walked? I was not paying attention. That's my bad.
It's like he either walked or hit him. I mean, it didn't matter. It was a 3-2 pitch anyways. I don't think that was really a...
Here comes Cloud. He walked his last time up. He swung on, lifted high, but it's going to be shallow outfield, maybe even infield, and it's going to be caught.
He caught it. They did call an infield fly, which
Infield
is
fly anyways, but there goes Cloud.
One parent isn't happy they called it before the ball landed.
Now Jack Edwards comes up. Line out and a strikeout so far today. 2 on, 1 out. Top of the 4th inning, 8-0 Nixa lead. If you're just not joining us, I'm Aiden Hopkins alongside my partner Eli Dean. I don't think I stated that at the beginning of the game, but Logan Rogersville, windy day. As a pitch comes to Jack Edwards, he has to scoot out of the way there. Garrett Davian is a pitcher right now. 4th pitcher for the Summit Christian Academy.
And that one swung on and missed for strike 1 here, as it'll be a 1-1 count. Looking for any more interesting things here, Aiden, trying to figure out what all the Eagles could do, what kind of basis of experience they could build from these types of games. They've had some blowouts early in the year, but this one definitely strikes as the most.
Well, if I'm being honest, this has not been a hit-heavy game. This has been an error-heavy game. None of these. Let me see here. I have 2 people down for RBIs this game.
Yeah, it's It's been one of those weird kind of things here where, like we mentioned in the first couple innings, you had the 3 balks that resulted in 2 runs, the wild pitch. 5 of the runs could easily be attributed to errors. And this game looks a lot more different if that wasn't the case.
Inside ball, 2-2 count now. Like I said, Edwards 0 for 2 on the day, 0 for 2 on this game. Line out, strikeout. Garrett Davey and their Summit Christian's 4th pitcher of the game in just 4 innings. Swung on, fouled back. And 2-2 count still. Davian gets set. And dishes to Edwards. Foul back, strike 3. That's Edwards' 2nd strikeout of this game. And in walks Tanner Grant. Hit by pitches last time out. Line out in the first inning. 0 for 1 on the day. That's a BS.
And he
Fair
doesn't
ball,
throw.
and he's in tag 3, and they're going to call it foul. That looked fair to me, but
It's one of those things, if you pick the ball up in foul territory, when it didn't necessarily pass over, but yeah, that looked close. I'm not totally sure, but Nixa gets another chance there.
runners on first and second. Grant in the batter's box, 2 outs. Davian 1 strikeout so far. Outside, 1-1.
Something to keep an eye on. The center fielders, the outfielders, they're not playing very deep, and I feel like that could cause a lot of problems if a ball were to go down the line or if it were just be able to a little blooper. That second baseman is doing a really nice job of picking up the defense. He's probably been the MVP of the defense so far for the Blue Eagles, but I feel like a lot of this just comes down to ultimately, like you were saying earlier, the errors, the mistakes, and without him out there playing second base, playing that position, this game could look a lot worse, and we could be over here in the next 30 minutes.
High and inside. Be ball 2, 2-1 count.
Some movement going on in the bullpen for the Blue Eagles. I feel like, let's see here, I believe he's not wearing a hat or anything, but I believe that's number 13. I can't tell from here, but that's all right. That one.
13 is Jake Sutton. 13's already pitched, I believe. Nope, maybe not.
And now they get one guy who was warming up, and now he comes out of the bullpen. Can't tell, but they got someone warming up here, so if this gets out of hand.
Runners on first and second, 2 outs.
Darius won't last long.
Grant at the plate, dishes. Be ball, bases loaded for Broden May. Broden May, best hitter today.
was popped up.
That pitch swung on, popped up, foul, 0-1 count. And we have a new pitcher, Peyton Lemon in. Elijah Adams had a pretty good outing. 3 strikeouts, I believe. 3 strikeouts, 2 walks, 0 earned runs. Good first start. Good first varsity start for the sophomore. Now in walks.
It's popped up again. To the far side.
Caden DeLapp, I believe.
There's the 0-2.
No, this is Roe Rothwell.
The quick and speedy second baseman, Roe Rothwell.
Yes. That's the one.
And they're going to have a meeting at the mound. Catcher looks at the pitcher, probably going, hey, you didn't get the right sign that time. Is everything okay? Do you know that 2 is a fastball? Okay, well, now it's 3. And then they go back out there, and he's going to call it. And now they're on the same page.
Pitch. High. 1-0. 2-2, sorry, not 1-0. 2-2 count. Lemon with the pitch. Swing and a miss. Not swing and a miss. Strikeout looking. Peyton Lemon rings him up looking. His first strikeout.
You knew that was coming, didn't even bother, and they're going to make a little bit of a substitution here, maybe a double switch, something just to get this offense engaged, or just trying to make the team feel a little bit more better, trying to bring in as many opportunity guys, maybe some freshmen who've been sitting on the bench all day, trying to figure out different things, but as he comes up to the plate here, looking, and the same thing for the Eagles, the pitcher's kind of coming in, you know, you're trying to get as much experience in as possible, so what a good start from the sophomore, but then 8-0 lead. Heading into the bottom of the 4th, they're confident sending the ball to somebody else, and they even got number 9 stretching out there. Got a few other guys kind of warming up just in case.
Inside.
That'll be a strike.
I think this is. That looks really wrong. Jag. Something JG, and I don't know what's in between it. So, jog or jag. I'm reading the lineup card, and handwriting isn't the best I've ever seen, but I can't really speak. I think that's Jag. Jag Garrison. We're going to go with that.
He's kind of got a wide stance. His front foot is all the way back in the far end of the batter's box, and then his back foot is pretty close to the plate as you can get it. It's an unusual type of stance. He kind of crowds the plate a little bit, which makes the pitcher's job a little bit harder. As the pitch comes in,
inside
it hits
pitch,
him.
and he's going to walk him. Now, here comes Levi Tomlin if they keep their order, and I can't.
And now they're going to go back and change it again here.
Nope, this is going to be number 18. This is going to be Nathan. Wow, he's really testing me here. You try. Metzger, maybe?
Yeah, Metzger sounds all right. We'll go with that.
Nathan Metzger. He's batting 9-hole now.
And again, you know, for a hitter, you're just trying to get that on-base percentage up, and if you can crowd the plate, it seems like a lot of these hitters are trying that, as the pitcher's going to take some time off. Outfielder's shaded in the far back. Center fielder's about deeper than probably any of the other ones so far. Left fielder's a little bit more in on the right.
Runner on first, 1 out. Metzger swinging for the fences there. Strike 1, 0-1 count. Runner on first, 1 out.
It was a bigger problem about 45 minutes ago, but you notice the shortstop and second baseman kind of come in just in case if that ball gets overthrown.
Inside again. It's going to be 1-1. One on, 1 out. 8-0. Nixa Eagles lead.
Getting a little bit wild. He hit the last batter. He's had 2 really close ones here, but really it's just been the fact that this Blue Eagles team is crowding the plate. They've been crowding the plate all game. They've been making sure that it's working. As there's a pickoff attempt that's unsuccessful.
Pickoff attempt. Like you said, Jag gets back.
Most of the crowd is left by this point, but some of the Blue Eagle faithful is still kind of kicking around. Some people even from
Strike
Logan
2.
Rogersville, just to watch some people in the new stadium here, just kind of paying attention.
1-2 count. Here's a dish. Inside 2-2. Bottom of the fourth.
The lights also look really nice too out in the center. They got 4 big light, I guess 5. Let's see, how many of them? 4 or 5 of them?
Swung on, lifted, right field. Using to get there easily. Dernberger gets under it, gets a second out of the inning. And now, I don't think they have anyone else to use, so pretty much have to use the order. Fisher, Etheridge.
That's why you
Second
don't
baseman.
play super, super back. The left fielder's playing a little bit more in now than he was. Well, he kind of takes a few steps back. But they're playing no doubles defense, which is kind of one of those things where if you look at it, it's, you know, you're trying to make sure that extra base hits don't happen here, especially when you've got an 8-run lead just trying to preserve the shutout here. And if you're a right fielder, that was a fairly easy play. But if he's 7, 8 steps back more than he should be, that can be a problem.
Ball in, 1-0 count. And if I'm correct, the Summit Christian has no subs left, pitcher or hitter. So they have to change. If they want to change pitchers, they have to use someone from the field that hasn't pitched already. And there's no one else to sub in for pinch hitting. As that ball's grounded to
Ooh,
bounced off Mabe to Cloud. Bounced off Cloud in the outfield. That's going to bounce a single. I'm going to call that a single too, so he had to die for it. So it's going to be single for Fisher Etheridge. Now Isaac Drewsdale walks in. He had to pop out his last time up.
It's kind of getting difficult here. There's no lights in the press box. I feel like that's an error on the Logan Rogersville here. We're kind of having to use sunlight.
They're not. I could see the light. This is all the light stuff they have. They just haven't finished it. This is literally like brand new. They started finishing stuff. They don't have all the seats installed yet. This is like, they still have so much work to do, but they just got it open for the games. So, Oaf chases that one out.
And as you mentioned several times,
Foul ball.
that one is going to the cows.
0-1 count. This is Isaac Truesdale.
Drewsdale feels like I have a sense he's got lots of power, so maybe he wouldn't be able, as they shift over the second baseman, to play more towards the first base side. But he's got a lot of power here.
That ball swung on, lifted deep. It's to be fouled
Just
down the left
foul.
field line. If I'm a base runner, I'm not happy because that means I have to run all the way back. They were hauling too. 0-2 count now. Beautiful swing. That was pure. Just a little early on it, and that was beautiful. Lifted well.
It's like the umpire dirty up the ball. He was going to use it again, but when he got thrown over, he dropped it. Said, "Oh shoot," but I don't think he said shoot, and then went back and got into his stance.
We go now. 0-2. Runner on first and second. 2 out. Peyton Lemon. Corner. Ball 1. Ball. I don't repeat myself. 1-2. 1-2 count. Runners on first and second. 2 outs. Bottom of the fourth inning. Nixa leads 8-0 over Summit Christian.
Looks like there's some action in the bullpen, but not the kind of let's bring in a new pitcher kind of action.
And swing and a miss. Peyton Lemon, 2 strikeouts in his outing.
Somebody's trying to throw a baseball inside the pole, and they've been trying to do that a couple times here. They're just trying to get it inside the little, it's about 20 feet, and they're just trying to either get it stuck at the top or make it work. The Eagles having some fun here in a blowout game.
Now we're going to head up to a break. 8-0's your score. Heading to the top of the fifth. Be right back. We're back. Top of the 5th inning. Nixa leads 8-0. This is... not sure who this is. Oh, is it? No. Yeah, we got a pinch hitter here. Ryan Buckner. He pinch hit for... Seems to be... I don't know. No. It's someone over here. I think it's Ussery. Okay, Colin Ussery, maybe? No. It's Mabe. Has to be Mabe.
So now the 2-0 count.
Yeah.
Oh, 3?
Nope. Dernberger. Yeah, it was Dernberger. I think, yeah.
Scoreboard might be inactive here in a minute. The device that we use to score it is about to die, so we'll keep telling you the scores, the counts, and everything you need to know. So don't worry about that.
Give my bag. To the right of him. Red bag.
And the 3-0, they don't have him swing, but it's a wild pitch, goes behind the catcher. And so it'll be a walk for Buckner. Successfully gets on base as the pinch hitter. And now the Eagles have another runner to start the inning here. I believe that they've had every single inning, they've had a leadoff base runner. I don't think they've had an out to begin an inning. I guess, well, correction, that one inning, they had the 2 outs back-to-back to start the inning after diving plays by Rowe out there at second base. But then other than that, it's been a pretty smooth sailing game as that one's popped up really high in the infield. No calling an infield fly rule, but it goes to the pitcher's mound. Pitcher's able to handle it, and there's 1 out here in the top of the 5th.
Garagoff. This will be a fly out for him. Now Colin Ussery comes to the plate. Dernberger was the one that got subbed out. My apologies. Finally figured it out.
And a pickoff attempt, close, but not in time.
Ryan Buckner on first base. He's the one who came in for...
And they tried again to pick him off right as soon as he gets back to his regular position. First baseman kind of smiles, pats Buckner on the side there, and is like, well.
Outside, 1-0 count. Is this the same pitcher or do we have someone new?
I believe this is the same one. They didn't have any warm-up pitches beforehand, as that'll be a wild pitch. Pitcher's frustrated.
Buckner will go to
Buckner
second.
Makes it. Light little jog there, but 1-0 as they give him a new ball. I believe it's the same pitcher. They didn't have any like warm-up tosses beforehand. It wasn't a little bit longer, so I'm guessing it's the same one.
No, this is Rothwell's pitching now, the second baseman. Like I said, the only way they can change pitchers is if they come from the field, and I guess they did. So Roe Rothwell's on the mound now. The guy with 2 diving catches earlier in the game. 2 incredible catches, actually.
Back-to-back on back-to-back pitches. This game would have been over by this point. I mean, those 2 extra runs here, it'd be 10-0. Of course, you can play the what-if game if you want, but we might be playing a 6th inning here if the Eagles can't get anything going. He's a sidewinder, which is kind of interesting based off a lot of what we've seen so far from these types of players.
Ball outside. 3-1 count to Colin Ussery. Colin Ussery ground out his last time at bat. He's 0 for 2 today. Pickoff attempt, and
it goes
into the outfield.
center field.
Ryan Buckner, why is he not going?
Go.
Why is he not going?
I don't know.
Right,
it was shallow enough. The center fielder wasn't playing super far back. If that center fielder's playing another 10 feet back, then he's going.
I think I would have gone. I'm cold. I want to go.
Buckner doesn't necessarily have the fastest speed in the world, but he's able to make it do, as we saw earlier with the wild pitch. He was able to get there in time. But
ball low. Usher will walk. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there.
No, it's good. But putting the runners at first and second here, I mean, again, there's only the 1 out with the pop-up. It's not going to ultimately matter one way or the other. But one big thing to just note is that, yeah, the Eagles themselves are bringing in their bench players, trying to get more experience than those guys. And once you can get that experience, that is a good thing, especially as we go further into the season.
Wyatt Vincent, as last time he was up to bat, he got hurt on that slide. Probably taking it easy for him as Josiah Jenkins, the guy who usually pinch runs for people, is actually going to get a chance to hit here. The senior. And
I have a feeling this is more of just letting Rowe pitch more than it is he's actually a pitcher.
Yeah.
He seems a lot better than just at second base, and if they've got a bench if the pitcher they brought in was a second baseman before, as he nearly hits him in the head there on the 2-0.
Ball high, 2-0 count. Runners on first and second.
We're just letting as many guys pitch as they want, almost like my 5th grade rec ball team. I got to pitch. I did not do well at all.
Here's a pitch from Rothwell's. Jenkins lets it go. Good eye, 3-0. So we got Buckner at second, Usry at first. A double can probably end this game here. Actually, no, they have to bat at bottom, but here's the pitch. Inside, 4-pitch walk, and in comes, I don't know.
And the manager's going to come out. He's going to sub somebody out of the game. He's seen enough of them. He's walking up.
Number 11's going to come up to bat, and that is not someone in our lineup. That's going to be Alex Thomas.
Takes the ball from Rowe. Rowe walks back. They're bringing in.
I think we have a PO hitting right now. Alex Thomason. We saw him last game. He pitched an inning to help out with that comeback win. Alex Thomason, relief pitcher. He's going to come in to hit for Ryla Michelle, the junior.
It doesn't look like the new pitcher, number 23 for the Blue Eagles, is his first pitch. It wasn't all that great. He's kind of warming up a little bit, but he ended up throwing the ball. But he's a lot more accurate. He's throwing a lot more strikes. I mean, obviously without a batter in the box, it's a little bit less intimidating. That one's a little bit high, but they're going to give him as many chances as possible. There's some kids. There's probably about a toddler with a big, huge baseball glove, kind of tossing a ball by the net and trying to catch it. He's kind of just throwing it as hard as he can, and now it's circling around, and now he lost it because of the wind.
Yes, I've yet to see a number.
I think it was 23.
Carter Jeffries. It's 23 or 25.
There was a crowd in left field with the clear gates. Now they've kind of all gone away, and now I believe there's only about 4 people left over on that side. There was a good, like, dozen and a half people over there about 20 minutes ago, and now the catcher goes back. He's pointing. He's kind of going.
23. Yep. Carter Jeffries is in the pitch. 6th pitcher for Summit Christian.
What they're going to do this coming week is they're putting a mesh over the outfield fence, and of course they got to finish out the batting cages. They're going to put plexiglass up here and finish this out, and they're going to build a table up here.
Alex Thompson.
And the first pitch.
Bases juiced. Ball outside, 1-0 count.
In an instance like this, it's been a pretty, we say error-free. We've seen lots of errors in high school baseball. As that one's fouled
Swung
back.
on over our press box, 1-1 count. Comes out swinging. I don't know if it's a PO, but I mean, here's the pitch. Outside. 2-1. 2-1 count. Bases juiced. 8-0. Nixa lead. After they had a tough outing in the first one, but they won. They won 8-5 against William Chrisman. Great game. Scored 7 unanswered runs in a span of 5 outs. Swung on, strike 3. Shakes his head, heading back to the dugout. That's 2 outs and in walks. Number 28, I think it's Nate Uber. Yep, Nate Uber.
Third base coach kind of talking to the runner at third base, kind of just pointing out something out there just that he sees. Might not be something too crazy, but they're just trying to get as many opportunities as they can to end this game a few innings early.
Nate Uber, the bat. Bases are loaded right now, as I mentioned. 2 outs, 1-0 count because of that inside pitch.
Sky's looking dark purple. It's a beautiful sky. It was a beautiful sky earlier when the sun was out, but it gets even better with the lights.
Outside corner, 1-1.
You got the city lights of St. Louis here on the left, but then you got the sunrise, or sunset rather. That'd be kind of awkward if we were here at 5 in the morning.
Ball swung on. 1-2. 1-2. Bases loaded. 8-0.
And that'll end the
And that
inning.
will end the inning. Strikeout for Nate Uber. That's 2 strikeouts for Jeffries. And we're going to head to the bottom of the 5th with a still Nixa 8-0 lead. We'll be right back. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. Bottom of the 5th inning. Nixa leads 8-0, and we have a new pitching change. The two-sport athlete tight end Gavin Kranz, most known for his infamous game against Carthage, helped Nixa top off Carthage for the first time in Nixa history, I believe. He takes the mound now. Here's the first pitch. Outside, 1-0.
So we hear some police sirens out there. Remember to be safe in the storms tonight. It's looking like it's going to be a pretty rough night. Hopefully that on the way back, the Eagles can stay safe and that you guys can have a good, peaceful, and rest easy tonight as we get ready for tomorrow's baseball game.
Strike 1 for G-Bot. Maybe strike 2. I haven't really. Or no. Strike 2. Strike 1. Pitch from G-Bot. Swung on. And he's going to shortstop. And he's going to get him out. Caden Cloud got pinch hit for, but he's still staying on the field. And up walks number 9, it looks to be Brooks Zumwalt. Ball outside, 1-0 count. Here's the pitch. Fouled.
Bong!
Off the new dugout.
They don't even have anything over it. It's still that just wood base, but luckily no one was hurt. There's probably some kid running after the ball, getting a little, kind of rolls a little bit.
G-Bot gets set. Here's the pitch.
Ooh, that looks like a good one, but just
Ball.
under.
One out. 1-2 count. Here's the pitch.
Check
Strike
swing.
3.
Got him.
Batter's out. Around the horn the ball goes. 2 outs. And off the bat is number 6. Caden Delap. Up to bat now for the Cardinals. Strike one.
Umpire's still calling those outside pitches strikes, and you know it's nothing horrible. But the inside pitch, he hasn't been he's been very lenient on those types of pitches, but then he's kind of more moved his zone over to the outside, on especially right-handed hitters.
Right down the middle, beautiful pitch, 0-2 count. 2 up, trying to make it 3 up, 3 down. 2 up, 2 down, trying to make it 3 up, 3 down. Gavin Krantz gets set. Here's a stride, here's the pitch. Check swing, foul ball down the left field line. Textbook play right there. Don't know who it was, they had their hoodie on. But beautiful.
Getting some extra practice in front of coach. Trying to make an impact here.
Krantz gets the sign, gets set. Here's the stride. And ball, 1. I really wanted him to ring him up there. Wanted to make that call, but 1-2 count. 1-2, 8-0 lead. Bottom of the 5th, 2 outs. No runners on. Gavin Krantz with the pitch. Outside, 2-2. Two. Here's the dish. The ball's hit deep. But it's going to be caught by the left fielder. I don't know if it's Rilo Michelle still out there, but it's route number 3. Well, that's going to end the 5th. Heading to the top of the 6th. Nixa leads 8-0. Up to bat, number 17, Jack Edwards. First pitch. Be ball. Let's see. Jeffries still on the mound here, I believe. Swung on by Jack Edwards. That's going to be lifted foul.
I don't think they're getting that one back.
I don't think they're going to go search after that one. That'll be tomorrow's job.
Or they'll find it in the mower, either way.
Yeah. All the way, 2-0. High, 3-2-0. 3-0. I don't know. He fouled. It's 3-1. I know he's won. We are all over the place. It's really cold. 2-1. Fouled. 2-2. No one's getting that one. It's going to go to the bullpen. Actually, no, it's not. Bounce back. 2-2 though. Jack Edwards. Hitless in this game. Line out, strikeout, strikeout. That line out was the first of those diving plays from the second baseman. Here's the pitch. Swung on, strike 3. Catcher drops it. He's at the run, but he's going to be out. Jack Edwards 0 for 4 today. In walks Tanner Grant. Tanner Grant. He's I don't know. Yeah, he's 0 for 1 right now. Line
He's
out.
looking
hit by
ready to
pitch.
swing. He was kind of waiting in the batters in the on-deck circle, just kind of waiting, watching the pitcher's tendencies. I think he's going to be ready to swing at really anything.
Outside corner 0-1.
And that pitch seemed, as we talk about even more, that seemed way outside. Obviously, he didn't agree. Shook his head a few seconds there, but got back in.
The ball's hit, shortstop, cleanly, out. Now in walks pinch hitter Ethan Taylor. Ethan Taylor. They actually do have POs hitting now. Because I know for sure Ethan Taylor tonight. Ethan Taylor started last game. Had a rough couple innings at the start, but then got to get the check. Threw 3 scoreless, then got taken out.
Yeah, he did a really good job just limiting the damage. The first inning, when he gave up 4 runs, was really tough. Then he gave up a solo shot earlier in the game. So there's going to be another strike.
Strike 1-0-1 count. Ethan Taylor, PO, up to bat. He's pinch hitting for Broden Mabe. Strike 2. 0-2 count. 1 out. 8-0 Nixa lead. Here's the pitch. Almost got rung up there, but it's be 1-2.
He was very, very close to swinging at that. He decided not to the last second, but he definitely had the check swing prodigy, but he was able to pull that.
Swung on, strike 3. 3 outs, 3 quick outs, and we're going to head to the bottom of the 6th, 8-0. We're back. Rylan Evans into pitch for the Eagles. Got Grant first still. Cloud at short. Usry at second. Mabe still at third.
Well, they're going to take.
I think the infield's still the same, just pitching changes.
And so they're going to put it right there.
Here's the pitch from Taylor. Inside, 1-0 count.
And then in between it, they're going to put another little outside turf field for the football team to practice on. But then they're going to have big just garage doors that open up and the team can practice inside.
1-0.
And the baseball team or whatever.
Swinging, 1-1.
Some of those taller hitters are more susceptible to the high-rise pitches. That pitch stayed straight. It felt like it just kind of fell in right there at the very top of the zone, but he swung at it and he missed it.
High, 2-1. Here's the pitch. Swung on. 2-2.
Kids having some fun playing tag down there. They're definitely not necessarily paying attention to the baseball, but sometimes at a baseball game, you can't pay attention to everything.
That ball's lifted high, deep right field, and goodbye baseball. That ball is gone, 8-1. Summit Christian celebrating down 7.
Sometimes it's the little things, so we can get a player going here in what feels like a blowout game. He made a mistake earlier in the game when he tried to steal second base but was off by a mile. And then he's able to reconcile with that fact and is able to put that ball deep into right field. The outfielders didn't really pay much attention to it, but if you're trying to get a player going, that's the kind of things you need to do to keep a successful season going.
I don't like that celebration at all. I'm gonna just keep it honest. You're down 7 runs and you're gloating around the bases. That's very unprofessional. Nixa leads 8-1. Bottom of the 6, 0 outs.
Well, I can see a scenario where a player's had a rough game. You know, he wasn't necessarily gloating. He had a little celebration where he, banged his helmet a few times.
Ball inside, high inside.
It didn't feel like anything out of the ordinary to me where I felt like, oh, he's totally disrespecting us.
Well,
and he hit it a long way.
Slamming your head into your helmet when you go across home plate right in front of the catcher, it's not a good look. You're down 7. Great play by Colin Ussery, and he's out. Bang! What a throw. And that walk to the dugout's not going to feel great, is it? Down 7.
I was his first ever base.
Bottom of the 6, 1 out. Great play there by Colin Ussery.
My son plays baseball in the summer with Jack Edwards and Peyton Cloud, and he's committed with White Vincent together at Missouri State. So he invited him.
Kyle Lott into bat.
I might see him then next year. I work strictly current protection games.
Oh, okay.
Do a few of the Missouri State from time to time.
Well, he's a junior, so he'll be
Okay, a couple of years.
Strike 2. Strike 1, sorry, 1-1.
What's going on out there?
Interesting to see how this, you go back home, you're trying to experience a good little ride home, how the Eagles will respond tomorrow. They win 2 games today. They got a game tomorrow. It'll be one of those types of things that you have to look forward to as an Eagles fan. Of course, that game will be broadcast on the Nixa Public Schools YouTube channel. It's part of Nixa Live.
2 good games. Rockhurst and Lee Summit, both really good opponents. It's going to be a great game. Tune in there. We'll talk about that later at the end of the stream. That ball is hit, lifted. It's going to drop center field. Runners on first, 1 out. 8-1, bottom of the 6th inning. We're going to have a talk on the mound. Pitcher Rylan Evans.
And looks like he's smiling, so a lot of that was probably just like a, hey, it's okay. We're up 8-1 here. Don't get too stressed out, even though this has been your moment to shine. He has come in some blowouts earlier in the season. When he came in against Verdegris, he was able to pitch a few innings and got pretty decent. As the runner almost goes, but decides not to. And that'll be a strike.
Strike, outside corner.
So you talk about the outside pitches to righties. He's just as susceptible as the outside pitch to lefties. So that strike zone isn't as equal as it is on both sides of the plate.
Levi Tomlin at the plate. He swings. Strike 2. Runner goes. Gonna keep the ball, gets the second safely, and overthrows his pitcher. Runner in second.
Yeah,
One out.
we're
0-2 count.
We were talking about this during the break. It does, Garrick's a decent catcher tonight. Just hasn't been his night in terms of pass balls or different opportunities throwing the ball out. But I mean, his offensive production, that go-ahead run that he got in the 7th inning in the last game, he does it, bobbles it off the top of his shin that time.
Runner goes to third, and
As they call time, it seems like Ryan Evans is kind of talking to his catcher more than anything else. Garrett going, yeah, my bad. You never want to see a runner go from first to third just like that without anything going on.
1-2 count. One out. Ryan Evans on the mound. 8-1 is the score. Bottom of the 6th. Here's the pitch from Evans. Runner on third. That ball is hit. Second baseman, runners for the score. They're going to get the out. 2 outs. Runner scores. 8-2 is the score now. Now in walks number 4. Fisher Etheridge, but never mind. I thought they went out of order, but never mind. I got it now. Outside, corner, strike 1. 0-1 count. 2 outs. 8-2 is the score. Here's the pitch from Evans. Outside, 1-1.
He's able to hold on to that one, but he's unable to get it to his pitcher in time. The crowd of Blue Eagle faithful still kind of standing there by the left field line where they opened the game. They, like we were talking about earlier, they showed up at 5 o'clock when this game was scheduled to start. Because of the Logan-Rogersville game beforehand lasting a little bit longer, and then nearly an extra inning game between the Eagles and the Bears earlier today, the times were just a little bit off, and we started this game about 45 minutes later than scheduled. So that one's fouled off, but they've been here for a while, but they're not ready to go home yet as they've scored 2 runs here in this inning. Hoping to keep the rally going for the Blue Eagles.
1-2 count. The ball's fouled off by Fisher Etheridge. Here's the pitch for Evans. Colin Ushery fields it cleanly, and now we'll get him out of the inning. Eagles get 2 runs, solo shot, and an RBI ground out. We're going to step aside. 8-2 is the score now. Heading to the top of the 7th. That ball's hit by Ryan Buckner, I believe. Gonna Ryan Buckner gets a leadoff single first pitch, swinging, blooper to right field.
Probably a bit too late, but we got our audio fixed apparently, so happy about that here.
I think it was the camera shutting off. I think it's what we were fixing. I have no idea.
Well, if we were quiet the whole game, our apologies, but we got that fixed here for what hopefully will end up being an Eagles victory.
Outside corner, 0-1. Up to bat right now is number 15, Gary Goff.
Yeah? Okay.
Outside.
You be good now.
1-1. Swung on by Oaf. That one's going to drop. Buckner's going to round second, but he's going to stay. Runners on first and second, 0 outs, and in walks Colin Ussery.
Take you through some Major League scores. White Sox still lead the Astros 1-0 here in the bottom of the fifth, and the Marlins were able to hold on to a 2-1 win over the New York Mets. Jazz Chisholm hit a solo blast to put the Marlins up in the bottom of the 8th inning. Tomorrow's scheduled games for the Royals and the Cardinals. Cardinals and Blue Jays start at 1:15 Central. That'll be Jack Flaherty against Kevin Gausman. And then for the Royals, that'll be Sonny Gray and the Twins up against Jordan Lyles and the Kansas City Royals starting at 3:10.
First pitch to Ussery, inside, ball 1.
And they're going to sub a runner out here.
Pinch runner seems to be number 23. Parker Mann is on base. Let's see if he gets picked off, just like the Nixa Live crew. Burns didn't hear that one, but strike 1.
When the joke doesn't land with the person it's intended to land to.
He would. Oh, when Brady rewatches this, he'll understand. Brady will understand when he watches this. I was excited to see the Arkansas score, but they're down 8 right now. So
that's no good.
Rose on first and second. Ussery chases that one in the dirt. That one's going to fall. Buckner rounding third.
You're going to tell him to stop.
And they're going to tell him to stop. Base is juiced. He probably would have been out. Base is loaded for Josiah Jenkins. It's his time to shine here.
So they saved all the runs just for the last little bit here. It looks like they're taking their pitcher out, moving him away. He pitched pretty well, I'd say so, as they move. Appears number 9 might be coming in to pitch, or let's see, no. Bringing in the big guys. Some dust from the construction's now kind of flying through. As the wind kind of picks up here late.
Burns. Parker came in a pinch runner, and I said, hopefully he doesn't get picked off like the rest of the Nixa Live crew, and you didn't hear it.
I'll have to go back and listen to that.
So, number 11, it's going to be
Still a lot of fans here, I'd say, for considering the amount of bleachers that we have.
Isaac Truesdale.
It's probably about halfway full. On the right side, there's only about 3 or 4 people sitting there. Then towards center, there's lots of kids kind of running around, just kind of making what they will. And then all the Nixa faithful, the parents, the grandparents, the people that want to show up to watch their kids play baseball are waiting around, kind of standing. It's getting a little bit chilly, so we're seeing a lot more blankets out here. But I think it's just one of those big things that you talk about. Baseball in the last day of March is a little bit chilly. While it's known as a summer sport, there are moments where it can get a little bit chilly and cold. So you're seeing a lot of hoodies, a lot of blankets, a lot of fleece. Just trying to keep people warm here in what should be the last inning of this ball game.
Bases loaded for Josiah Jenkins. 0 outs. And here we go. Josiah Jenkins, known for pinch running usually. But let's see if he can swing the bat here. Ump telling the Oh, I thought he was telling the infielders to scoot back. I was very confused. Infielders in right now. Expecting a bunt maybe. Be low and away. Ball 1. Here's the pitch. Swung on, foul back. 1-1.
Not going to get that one back. It's a bit too dark now for kids to be running around in the grass. Like we were talking about earlier, the lawnmower might pick it up, throw it back, or just crush it in the hole.
Here's the pitch to Jenkins. High swing, 1-2.
Well, there's no reason to be or act like a hero in this scenario when you're up 8-2. It sure would feel good to bloop a ball in the middle of the infield or just shallow part of the outfield and try to get in a few runs here.
Here's the pitch, swung on, Josh side, Jenkins, that one's going to drop. Here comes Buckner. Rounding his man. Usry going to third. 2 are in, 10-2 is the score, and Nixa leads by 8. Now walks up Alex Thompson.
Both the pitcher and the hitter have the number 11 jerseys. It's a battle of the ones.
Runners on the corner, Usry on third, Josiah Jenkins on first. Josiah Jenkins RBI single. 10-2, here's Alex Thompson. Jenkins goes, throw down, way off. Jenkins going to be safe at second by a mile. Second and third, 0 outs. Thompson at home.
Yeah, you save all those runs. They were up 8-0 pretty early in this game, but they're deciding to score runs in the last possible inning they can start scoring to pad those numbers up.
Inside ball, 2-0. Caden Cloud on the deck right now. Wait. Yeah. Sounds about right. Yep, Caden Cloud. Outside, strike. 2-1.
One thing about this umpire, as we've said all night, he's very consistent. He's had a consistent game, and that's probably about all you can ask for in an umpire. Maybe there's going to be some pitches that are a little bit out of the zone, but just having consistency for both sides as that pitch is inside.
Inside 3-1. Sorry.
Makes the pitchers and the hitters respect you a little bit more when you're calling them a little bit out, but if you're calling them out for both sides, it helps.
Pitch, low, 4-1, walk, and here comes Caden Cloud with the bases loaded. This is dangerous. Caden Cloud, really, really good player. Perfect game rating of 9. Started varsity as a freshman along Wyatt Vincent. Wyatt Vincent coming to Missouri State. Here we go. 0 outs, bases loaded. Top of the 7th inning. Here's the pitch. Inside, strike 1. 0-1 count to Cloud. Here's the pitch. Inside, 1-1.
Some kids are playing red light, green light down there.
I hated that game. Can't follow directions. Just like Simon says, it's so hard.
Simon says, get this game over with. Oh, wait, we're still going.
Inside strike 2. Whew.
Simon didn't.
3 straight pitches. That's the exact same pitch, and 2 of them were called strike, and 1 of them were called ball. Don't make sense. 1-2 count. Bases loaded.
Simon says, throw a change up on the outside part of the plate.
Hang a curveball. And strikeout for Caden Cloud. And in walks Jack Edwards. Jack Edwards had batted 500 in that first game, and he hasn't done much this game. Line out, strikeout for him so far. Bases loaded, 1 out. Here's the, nope, maybe. Here's the pitch. Strike 1, that was a beautiful pitch.
Yeah, at this point, they're throwing pitchers out there who have never really pitched all year. I believe they're, we started counting the pitchers a while ago. But they're at their 8th or 9th guy so far through 7 innings. I mean, they pretty much send a one new guy out there every inning. 2 guys each inning, have the one guy close it.
Foul ball.
That one stayed.
8 or 9 pitchers, and they have 17 guys rostered.
Moving guys in and out. They're trying everything. If you walk 2 guys, you're out of the game. You move some guys around. But, they were able to shut down this Eagles offense besides the first couple innings. And this game looked like it was going to be really short-lived.
That ball swung on by Jack Edwards. Be a pop-up to right field, and Usry's going to tag here. Throw to home. Oh, my goodness. Safe. What a throw. That was beautiful. He was safe, but that was an amazing throw there by right fielder.
A lot of those types of plays, you're expecting a run to score there, but he was able to make it a little bit closer than I think Colin Usry intended for that to be. Not necessarily trying to pull a hammy by running too fast, but you got to get yourself probably in a little bit better position to get a bigger jump on those types of plays.
I can tell you, I was not expecting that at all. 11-2. Runners on the corners. Cy Jenkins on third.
Looks like the shortstop was doing some jumping jacks, just trying to get himself involved here.
Thomason on first, and here comes Tanner Grant. Pitcher gets set. The stride. Low. 1-0 count.
You've been standing a bit too long here, Aiden.
I've been standing this whole game. I've been standing since the 5th inning of game 1. I got too excited, and then watched something else, so I stood up and haven't sat back down. I think I announced better standing up.
You can certainly see a lot more sitting down.
Yeah.
These chairs are pretty low, so you can't really necessarily see a whole lot from where we're sitting. But you can see enough, and definitely standing up, you get to see the whole field and what it has.
Swinging. I think go right
Ooh,
field
that
to be able to
one's
right field
dropping.
his head, and there goes Jenkins in the score. Rounding is Grant. Now rounding is Thompson, but he's going to stay at third. Runners on second and third. Who's coming up to bat? Number 21, Ryan Buckner again. Did he start this inning off? I think Buckner wait, that's 12. I'm reading backwards. Broden Mabe. Once again, I think he's been the best hitter all day today.
Yeah, he's been really, really good throughout this whole game. He's been able to keep himself contained. He's been able to make the smart choices at the plate, swinging at the right kind of pitches, limiting the amount of swings and misses he has.
Inside strike 1, questionable, but we're
And
going to go
even
with
a pitch like that, he's very selective, as we've been mentioning this whole game. Both games, the Eagles have been very, very selective as to what they've swung at, and that's really benefited both sides of the ball. They're able to be a little bit more aggressive pitching because they know that they can get solid contact when they hit, and obviously when you're hitting, you can kind of figure that out. And you can start realizing, okay, the balls that go just over the fielder's head, just above it, it's been an all-around, juggernaut. They haven't hit a home run at all today, but they've still been able to put up, 12 runs in this game. They were able to put up 8 in the last one. That one's grounded foul to the left side.
Mabe swings as he fed foul. 0-2 count. Runners on second and third. 2 outs. 12-2 lead. Top of the 7th.
But I think that'll be a story all year for this Eagles team is just the contact. If you can't get contact like we saw in the Springfield Catholic game when they only were able to score 1 run, if you're not able to get contact on a certain day, if everyone goes cold, then,
Strikeouts.
that's not going to do much for you. But obviously here in this game, they've definitely been able to put the contact in. And as we head to the bottom of the 7th inning, the Eagles were able to score an extra 4 runs, weren't they, Aiden?
They were. 12-2 is the score. We're going to head to a break. We'll be back at the bottom of the 7th. We're back. Inside pitch, strike one. And I believe it's still going to be Rylan Evans on the mound. Rylan Evans on the mound still.
No reason to extend another arm, just trying to get as much innings as you can out of Rylan.
Oof. Come on, man. Come on. Help us out here. Close pitch, and they calls it a ball. That's 1-1. Here's the pitch. Swung on, strike two.
Yeah, and as this game and this two-game set here in Logan Rogersville closes out, I think it's important to note just the amount that the Eagles have been able to pull away here. I mean, they were able... Oh.
The ball's lifted high, deep left field to the stand around Michelle's and Gunder and get the first out of the inning. If that ball would have went out, I would have not been a happy camper.
And, you know, what I mean by, like, pulling away here, it just feels like the momentum on both of these games, whenever the Eagles feel like they lose the momentum, they've been able to pick it back rather quickly. Now, in the last game, it took the last, like, 3 innings for them to really start picking it back up. But in this game, they never really, you know, let go. Even though they wouldn't score runs in some innings, they would put runners on base. Now, that'll be a big concern later in the year and even in these next coming games against really good pitching. But the idea that, you know, we were able to be a contending team and we're able to put runners on base, we're able to get as many hits as we could, and we were able just to play an overall good game of baseball. There's only been a few mistakes here and there for this team, and it looks like they're going to take him out here.
Why?
Bringing in a new pitcher to get the final out of the game. It looks like it might be the right fielder. I don't know. They're bringing the whole team in, it looks like. Moving some guys around. It looks like the third baseman's going to go to center field. They're playing a deep. Maybe they're just trying to have some trickery. I don't know what's going on here.
2 outs. Bottom of the 7th. You're up 12-2. What are we doing here? There goes Rylan Evans.
He gets his little standing ovation from the family watching, teammates.
Who's coming in? Who's pitching? Don't tell me. Who is it? I can't see. I think it might be Buck. I believe. Oh my goodness. Jordan Burns coming to the mound. Just kidding. I don't think anybody would want to see that. I believe it's Ryan Buckner, yep.
12-2 would be 13-12.
Buck is going to come in.
That's a good softball slow pitch, though.
Yeah.
No, don't get me started. I was a dog.
Should Jordan Burns be the Nixa Live softball coach?
I
Get a little summer team up.
I was never a pitcher, but
Start a league.
when I played, we were down. Actually, Drew Creed, Bryce Peebles, familiar faces were on a team, and my team was not good. We were down like 13-1, and I was like the 5th pitcher and wanted to go in. I got us out of the inning. I'll tell you that. That's all I'm gonna say. So if there's any MLB scouts watching, hit up my Twitter. I'm open. Huh?
That's how you got out of the inning was run rule?
No, I got out of the inning by getting 3 outs.
Just checking.
No, the pitchers weren't even the problem. Our outfielders couldn't catch a ball. They would see the sun would be in their eyes and would just fall in front of them and be like, come on.
Batter out. Change sides.
It was horrible. It was miserable. But I felt great knowing that I put it to where they could hit it. That makes myself feel any better. It was in the strike zone, you know. I wasn't throwing any curveballs as Ryan Buckner gets his first pitch to be 0-1. Oh, my goodness. Yep, so if there's any college scouts, MLB scouts, I'm free. If you ask me, I could send in some audition, what do you call it, tryout videos? Yeah.
Get a little hype video up.
I got some film.
Nate Purrier needs to start up a hype video. Here, we need to get Aiden a little...
Yeah, he does. I top out about 67 miles per hour on a good day.
Hey, Zach Greinke threw like a 62-mile-an-hour ball to McGill Vargas during spring training because they knew Vargas couldn't swing.
That's beautiful.
Foul
0-2.
tip. Foul tip.
He tipped it away. 0-2.
Looks like the kid at the plate doesn't really have a whole lot of opportunities here. So it's looking like they're just trying to get him.
Jake Sutton's at the plate right now. See what he
Trying
does.
to bring his confidence up. They're kind of cheering for him here.
2 strikes, 0-2.
Jumping up and down. Just having some fun here.
Swing and a miss, strike 3, and that one in the game. Nixa wins 12-2 against Summit Christian. They won 8-5 in the last game against William Chrisman. Catch us tomorrow in Kansas City, 1:30 start time versus Rockhurst, and then a 4 p.m. start time versus Lee Summit. I'm Aiden Hopkins alongside my partner Eli Dean. It's been an honor coming from Logan Rogersville. 2-0 on the day. Eagles improve to 6-0. We'll catch you tomorrow.